Okay. Oh, I'm gonna be real honest here and say that technology isn't my friend. Hello, 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 everybody. I am using a lot of new equipment today, and by a lot I mean basically everything. This cushion is the wrong way round. Let's put that there. Hello, 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 everybody. Let me know if you can hear me okay, if you can see what's happening okay, because there is a lot going on all at once here. And I have no idea if any of this is functional. So let me know. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody see me? Because I spent the last hour fighting for all of this. So let's hope that this is functional okay. Unfortunately, I cannot change the audio volume. So this is how loud we're gonna have to be for the duration of this stream, I believe. Let me just go in and double check. I can't get any louder than this. Not that. Audio property. Oh, wait. Is this better? If I turn this up, can you hear me more? Okay. Does that sound any better? Let me know if that sounds a little bit better. I'm not changing the color correction. It's taken me 4 hours to do it. It's not happening. This is as bright as it's gonna go. And this is how bright I really like my videos, to be honest, because I like the more sort of ambient, moody. Also, this is using raw footage, and I basically cannot color correct on this any more than this. So this is what we're going with. Yeah, I'm hoping that the audio now is a little bit better. Yeah, okay, right. I can up it a little bit more if necessary. This stream is basically going to be a little bit of an experiment. I put this at 5 because I am using a proper camera with proper equipment instead of using my terrible little webcam. So yes, I hope that this is going to be the way it looks. I will fix the color correction eventually, but for today, this is sort of the start of a new wave of live streams, hopefully with much better quality equipment. So, as always, if you are new here, hello, my name is Hearth. If you've been here before, thank you so much for coming back. These are my monthly Q&As where we talk about witchcraft, paganism, spirituality, everything in between in a ginormous live stream. They can go on for 4 to 6 hours-ish, so brace yourself, we may be here for quite a while. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the question tab at the very, very start, because that just stops the chat from breaking. And I'm going to be really honest, with all of the new equipment, I don't want anything else to break. So this is also a different setup. This is where I film. You obviously can tell that, but this is where I normally film, whereas normally I'm live streaming like over there. So yeah, please bear with if there are any technical glitches. I'm hoping that this is going to be a bit of a sounding board, a little bit of a jumping off point for future live streams. So anyway, let's have a look where everybody is from. Okay, let's have a look. Have California, Oregon coast, Detroit, Illinois, Missouri, France, Wales, Chicago, Germany, Chicago again, Virginia, Michigan, Ireland, Albania, Alaska, Arizona, Texas, North Carolina, Missouri, Turkey, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Belgium, Ohio. So many people. I always think this is so cool to be able to absolutely hear everybody from all around the world. I think that's just incredible, and it's already glitched. Oh no. Okay, so I did have a chance to have a look at a few of the start questions that came in before the stream started, and they may have resulted in 2 substantial stacks of books. So let's go up to some of the questions so that we can get through some of these and start putting books on the floor, because no doubt these will be knocked off at some point if I'm not careful. Path changing her equipment during a Mercury retrograde. Oh, I know, right? I really, really should have waited, but I was already filming with this camera and absolutely love the way it looks. And so I was like, okay, why don't I try streaming with it? Because technically I can do that. And I didn't realize how difficult it would be to get it all to work in such short notice. So, oopsies. That's a bad on my part, totally. Right, so the first question that I got in. Oh, I also didn't say thank you to anybody who donated before. Some of them have already disappeared, but thank you so much anybody who has already done that. I'm so sorry. I know that LV donated somewhere up here and I totally missed it. And Nicole Green, thank you so much as well. I totally missed those when they came in. So let's have a look see. First one I got in was, I have an interest in traditional witchcraft. What book do you recommend for a beginner? Now, I have a wide range of books on this particular topic. And really where you want to start is going to entirely depend on what you feel most comfortable with. I did unfortunately sort of jumble them all together. So we have the one that I don't have with me here because I actually can't find it, is The Crooked Path by Keldon. That's one that I mention in my beginner witchcraft book video because I think that is just phenomenal for those wanting to get started in traditional witchcraft. It covers a wide range of different aspects of the craft, different ways that you can start working with things. And so for beginners, I do think that The Crooked Path is a phenomenal book. But I don't know where it is right now. I suspect I loaned it probably to my mum, and I don't know where I've put it since. So I'll have to find that. But I do have a few others that are just generally quite interesting for people who want to delve into practice. One of them is Treading the Mill, Workings in Traditional Witchcraft by Nigel G. Pearson. So this book is another one that goes into, you guessed it, traditional witchcraft. But what I do like about this is it contains loads of pictures and just general visuals that I think are so beneficial. A lot of the time it's sort of hard to visualize what a witch's ball is, or it's kind of hard to visualize, perhaps if you're new to the craft, what a cauldron is, or what a particular ancestor work would look like. And this book does contain those pictures, which I always appreciate. So the information on this one, it says, first published as Treading the Mill, Practical Craft Working in Modern Traditional Witchcraft, this popular book by Suffolk traditional witch Nigel Pearson returns as a revised and expanded edition, with additional chapters, revisions, and texts, and is complemented by new imagery, including photography by the author, that I sort of like. Hallowing the compass, tools, calling the directions, content of the rite, closing statements and thanksgiving, honouring the directions, opening and dismissing the compass, place of working, examples, wand crafting, what is a wand, and honestly, this entire section on the back just goes into hundreds of things that this book goes into. I really enjoyed this one. As you can see, I'm sort of on my my second run through. I just sort of wedge a bunch of like business cards and stuff in the books, but this is one perhaps for my, I've already read one book on traditional witchcraft and I want more sort of readers, but I do have others in this giant pile. So let me just go on here just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's have a look see. That one's for a different one. This one is sort of good for anybody who wants to adapt spells and rituals into a traditional witchcraft practice. So this is Spells for the Wise Woman's Cottage, and this is initially from the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Boscastle, I believe. So deep within the winding corridors of Boscastle's Museum of Witchcraft and Magic, a humble door and two small windows allow visitors to glimpse into another world. Here a kindly old woman sits at her table within the whitewashed rough stone walls of her cottage. A small fire glows in the large open hearth. Strange substances, herbs, and magical charms adorn the shelves and hang from the low wooden beams. Whilst in the shadows, various creatures lurk and keep her company. For this is the cottage of the wise woman. So this book includes adapted charms, or charms that you can adapt into your magical practice. I can't change the focus now. I'm gonna have to go in and fix all of this. I've just been told that my focus is too far forwards, it's on the book, so I might just have to sit really far forwards. So this one sort of covers a wide range of different charms. So you have charms for a scald, charms for strains, and they're old traditional witchcraft spells and workings that we can adapt into modern practice. So that's this one. I have also Besenstang and Sword. So this one is more of an American style adaptation of traditional witchcraft. So it is traditional witchcraft, as you will see in other books on the topic, but it has a little bit more of an American adaptation on it, because that's where the practitioners who wrote the book are from. And so it's good for anybody across the pond who wants to dive into traditional witchcraft, but doesn't necessarily resonate with the works of, say, Gemma Gary, which we will actually get onto pretty soon, I think. We also have A Broom at Midnight, 13 Gates of Witchcraft by Roger J. Horne. This is another one that focuses on early modern witchcraft lore. I really enjoy books by Roger J. Horne. I have another one here, Folk Magic or Folk Witchcraft by Roger J. Horne. These two are really good for traditional witchcraft as well. You might have noticed I have quite an array of traditional witchcraft books. These ones lie a little bit more in the folk witchcraft aspect though, so just bear that in mind. I also have Liber Nox, A Traditional Witch's Grammary by Michael Howard. So this one, as you might have sort of figured, is a little bit of, it's sort of a seasonal version of traditional witchcraft. So part 2 in this just goes into the Wheel of the Year with different workings and practices that you can carry out for the different Sabbats. Part 1 focuses on the tools of art and of the craft, and it's got like little illustrations here. This one's a really interesting one. It's just a slightly different vibe, perhaps a little bit more advanced slightly. For anybody who is interested in sort of the origins of traditional witchcraft as we see it today, we have Shani Oates' books on the clan of Tubal Cain. So we have the Star-Crossed Serpent, and we also have Tubalow's Green Fire. There's several in this series that focus on that. I promise I'm nearly there. And then sort of the last two, and one of these I do think is very good for beginners to traditional witchcraft. We have Silent as the Trees, Devonshire Witchcraft, Folklore and Magic, and this one, which is Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways. Both of these are by Gemma Gary. If you were going to get either of them as a beginner, I would probably recommend Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways. It is a very popular book for a reason. Inside, there are all of the pictures and illustrations that are really stand out. This is that woman in the Witchcraft of Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Boscastle that I was talking about a minute ago with that spells from the Old Woman's Cottage. This is what it's talking about. So this one goes into traditional witchcraft, and it's probably the most famous book on traditional witchcraft that I have in my collection. I'm sure that there are far more out there. Let me know if you have any others that you recommend, because I have a ginormous pile of books on me right now. And so, yeah, I'm going to put these on the floor so I don't break them. And I might try to fix the focus. If this makes it worse, I'm so sorry. Let me have a look-see and see if I can fix this. What if I do that and gone? Is that better or worse? Why did I try to do this today of all days? Because technology is not my friend on a good day, let alone trying to do it whilst I'm live. Anyway, I've heard The Witch's Compass is a great traditional witchcraft book. Oh, I have that one somewhere here too. I'm going to be honest, I have quite a large collection of them and I end up sort of missing them. It's better? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, it's better. I basically just need to pick a location for my camera and not move it. Not move it at all. So this one sort of relates here. Which region is traditional witchcraft comes from? Is it based off the UK specifically? So traditional witchcraft is essentially formalized folk magic. So it is very, very regional. So Gemma Gary's work are specifically focusing on Devon and Cornwall. You have other books that are on Essex, basically all around the UK. You have different books on witchcraft, because different regions, different locations, and even different villages would have different folk magic practices. These practices have then been sort of collected together, and that amalgamation of practices has been adapted into modern practice. And some of these traditions are more formalized than others, and these then go on to become traditional witchcraft. So it is essentially an adapted version of folk magic based off region. So you can have Italian folk magic and Italian traditional witchcraft. You can have American folk magic and American traditional witchcraft. And some of these are based on very specific, localized traditions and practices. And if anything, I think that's why folk magic and traditional witchcraft in general is so good, because there is just so much flexibility with it. Oh, thank you so much, Jamie. I'm in focus now. Thank goodness. Okay. It's been one of them afternoons. I was trying to colour correct for 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours, and I couldn't get it to work. So we're going with this for now. So traditional witchcraft is sort of one of those topics that I am super duper interested in, but it is a very, very heavy topic to get into. So I would say Heldon's The Crooked Path is phenomenal as just sort of a beginner's guide to traditional witchcraft that is highly adaptable. I forget I still have my drink timer set on this thing. It's highly, highly adaptable. Whereas if you want more regional traditions, Besamstangen Sword is really good for American traditional witchcraft. And if you want to dive more into English traditional witchcraft, then Gemma Gary's A Cornish Book of Ways is really, really good for that, because it does cover some of the most commonplace traditions that we do find in traditional witchcraft. So, with that being said, let's figure out where I am. I feel all confused today in this video, because I just have so many new things going on. So let's have a look. See, I did have a question and I cannot find where it is. I had a question on books that are pre-1950s. Now, this is actually a little bit tricky, mostly because it's tricky because there's not that many books published during the sort of 1900s onwards. Tend to get the majority of books published 1950s or very, very early. We're talking like 18th century, early 19th century. Once you get into the late 19th and 20th centuries, well, early 20th century, you don't really see all that much being published. And the question was, if I remember it, it doesn't matter if they're in print or not. So I will, yes, be prepared for that. So one book that I think is really, really interesting, if you have the chance to get hold of it, this one is definitely in print, though this edition might not be. This is High Magic's Aid by, it says, Skya. Why am I struggling with that word? It says Skya. This is actually written by Gerald Gardner. So High Magic's Aid is actually a really interesting book, just historically speaking. He asked his coven if he was permitted to publish a book on witchcraft and the craft that they were carrying out in the coven. And they said, no, we're not having any of it. We are a mystery tradition. We are not permitting you to publish any materials. And then he was like, okay, but what if I do it as a fiction book? And so High Magic's Aid was created. The book itself is a really hard read. It is tiny. The edition I have is tiny anyway. That is minuscule. And I'm going to be really honest and say that the story isn't super great. So this was published early 1950s. The story isn't fantastic, but the book itself was designed to be a concealed manuscript of magical tradition. It was meant to be a book that would allow you to read it and you could learn magic through the book without them actively sharing magical secrets and traditions publicly. And so this one is just a really interesting read because of that. It's a very boring story, to be honest. Not much happens that I find particularly interesting. But the workings in it are factual. And so that's why this one is such an interesting read. The other ones that I have, some of them are perhaps less interesting than others. This one in my collection is called Crystal Gazing and the Wonders of Clairvoyance, Embracing Practical Instructions by John Melville, this one. And I believe that this one was published in 1920. So what you'll often find is when you're looking at pre-1950s or pre the acceptance of Wicca, what you often find is that books primarily focus on spiritualism. They focus on spirit gazing, spirit seeing, communications, crystal gazing, palmistry, these traditions that were far more commonplace during the 1910s, 1920s, 50s. So this is sort of a really common book that you will find for the time period. Now, beyond that, I do have some books that are, oh, I forgot one for traditional witchcraft. This one for traditional witchcraft is called The Devil's Dozen, 13 Craft Rites of the Old One by Gemma Gary. That's another one for traditional witchcraft. You don't have to have the hardback. I just could only find the hardback, so this is hardback. I have done a review on this before, I think. Another one by Gemma Gary, super interesting with the illustrations in it. There's also some pictures as well, which I also really, really like. Anyway, that's another one on traditional witchcraft. But if we're talking sort of older books, you then start getting into the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries. And there's a few that I think are really interesting. I do have another copy of this. I cannot find one that isn't sealed. This is Le Petit Albert. These are what are known as sort of grimoires, historical grimoires. So we have Le Petit Albert, we have the Red Dragon, we also have the Long Hidden Friend. These are all, especially the Red Dragon, really interesting books that cover practices that probably not things that you want to dive into today. These are more what would be considered today ceremonial magic. They are the spirit work of the upper class. This sort of book is not something that you would necessarily want to be going through as an active practitioner today, but they are really, really interesting to learn from. A good example of why you might not want to go through them today is in the Red Dragon, we are talking about summoning and working with particular spirits. The payment for work with these spirits is solid gold, and you have to maintain that gold payment in the form of coins every single month and every single time you work with them. And that's just not something that we would ever be able to do today. But in there are the different summoning rites and everything else. And these are usually translated editions. You might have figured Le Petit Albert is in French. It has been translated. These are from Black Letter Press. These ones are really, really interesting. They also have another one, which is the Black Pullet, that I don't have in my collection yet, but I probably will eventually. We then get on to books like this one. Some of you will have seen me talk about this one before. This is Natural Magic by Giambattista Della Porta. It is a fascinating book on, you guessed it, natural magic, but also medicinal approaches as well. And it is very much of its time. It is a massive read. This one's also by Black Letter Press if you want to go and check it out for yourself. Very, very dense, but also just beautifully written. And you often find that there is a sort of merging of magic and science that happens in these books, mostly because during the time period, we're talking about magic being used as medicine and medicine being used as magic. There isn't quite the same divide that we see today between the two. And then we also have, oh yeah, these two here. So The Long Hidden Friend. These two are by Troy Books. This one is The Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage. So these are sort of books, translated books from earlier time periods. Really, really interesting reads, but they're really, really dense. So just be sort of prepared for that in this style of book, is that it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting with the reading. You're also probably not going to want to use it directly. So it's very much the folk magician adapting practitioner's friend in this regard, rather than something that you're just gonna pick up and just use spells out of. Okay, let's have a look, see where I am. I am somewhere. Do you have any books on folklore or any spell books? So, yes, I don't typically emphasize any particular spell books though, mostly because I find that all spell books are a little bit much of muchness. Like, there's only so many spell books that you are ever going to really need in your collection, and if anything, I typically recommend, if you're going to have any, to sort of pick a book and adapt things out of it rather than, say, using it as is. I think that adapting spells and rituals is a far better way of developing magic practice. Now, the one that I do have that I enjoy is called, what is it even called? It's by Pamela Ball. Um, Let me just see if I can get the name of it up. I'm not sure if this one is available though. It's called Spell Weaving by Pamela Ball, but that one primarily focuses on love and light. Like, I can't deny that. A lot of spell books you will find will only focus on positive forms of magic. So, really, whatever spell book you pick up, it could be any on the market. I would say that my best advice when working with them is to dissect the spells. Look at all of the love spells, what is included, what days of the week are being, what deities are being connected with, what herbs are included in those workings, what colours. Pick it apart. Do the same for protection spells, do the same for luck spells, money spells. Figure out the core component, because what you'll often find is if a spell book is written by a singular person, a lot of the spells will have a very similar vibe to them. They'll all use very similar plants, very similar candle colors in similar workings. And then you can figure out why. Why is green used for luck magic? Why is rose used in love spells? Why is orange often used for confidence and creativity? Pick apart the spells that you're seeing so you can then put them back together again on your own terms, in your own practice, with the things that you have to work with. I often find that is the best sort of solution when it comes to spell books. Otherwise, you could be spending your entire practice trying to find the perfect spell. Whereas if you are picking apart your spell books, you make the perfect spell. When it comes to folklore, I tend to enjoy the very regional. So if you go to your local museum, your local cultural centre, if you're in an area, especially in the UK, if you're somewhere that's quite touristy, you'll often find them selling books on folklore in National Trust shops. You'll also find them a lot in little gift shops. And I find these ones so interesting because they go very in depth on specific folklore and legends of that location. So anytime I travel somewhere, I will typically pick up books on the folklore of that area because I'm fascinated about the different spirits, the ghosties, the ghoulies, the magic, the witchcraft, the everything in that location. And you can often find them in very tourist trappy kind of places. There are, however, a series of books that I have several of in my collection. Let me see if I can find the exact name. So yeah, they're written by. Are they all written by the same person? No, they're not. Interesting. So they are called county folk tales. So there's one. Let's have a look. See what have we got here. The ones that they have. They're essentially like Liverpool folk tales, Yorkshire folk tales, and they're all by different authors. I have several of those in my collection. There's also Woodland folk tales of Britain and Ireland. I have that book in my collection as well, and that one's really interesting. Botanical folk tales, but I tend to try to find the regional ones because I find that's really where you're going to get the most detailed information. Oh yeah, there's even YouTube videos of different folklore topics, people in specific locations. That's a really good call actually, because sometimes I forget about that. There's so many sort of small niche podcasts, articles online, as long as they have some form of reference, if you're looking at like Tumblr posts or just like random blogs, ideally something that is at least one or two references to it is going to be a really good place to start as well, because if you find a really interesting story from your local area, they're likely then going to be able to link you to other more niche books that perhaps you wouldn't have found otherwise. Right, Here, I can't believe I'm already lost and I'm only 3 questions in. Is it okay to use beeswax candles in candle magic when they have a yellow colour? Yes, absolutely. So I make, well, I say I make, I used to make, my dad now makes all of the candles for my store in beeswax. And so natural beeswax has a natural yellow tone to it. You can also get white beeswax, which has been chemically leached of colours. And so typically I use white and natural wax interchangeably because it is the natural state of that wax in natural yellow. But you can add different intentions onto it. So if you want to use yellow beeswax in prosperity style workings, then you can do that too. So you can use it in substitute for yellow, but you can also use it as just a natural tone. And generally, I find that natural beeswax candles are really good if you want to bury any wax remains. So if you have like plant pots or your garden where you want to be putting spells, obviously it's important to be very careful with what you bury in the ground. But something like natural beeswax hasn't had anything added into it. It is just pure beeswax. And so because of that, it will break down naturally compared to something like paraffin wax that is just going to sit there forever because it's made of plastic. Right. Any recent book recommendations? So I'm going to be really honest and say I've not been reading all that much. The one book that I have been reading again is A Deed Without a Name. This is my like third read through of it. I talked about it in my most recent books that changed my magic video, and I realized I want to read it again. And so I've been reading this one again. I'm currently on the scary, that's the bit that I just got onto. But this one I could read over and over and over and over again, and I just absolutely love it. Mostly because it relates to just my own practices and just things I've experienced. So I find that really just when you can connect with a book in that way, I just want to keep reading. So this is the one I'm reading at the minute. I'm still trying to work my way through Corinne Boyer's one of them. I forget which one it is that I'm reading at the minute. I'll be honest. It's the one about brambles. So it's got to be Under the Bramble Arch. It has to be that one. That's the one I'm also reading. I'm sort of plodding my way through that for a book review. That's sort of where I'm focusing on, besides just all of the references that I'm trying to pile up at the minute. So let's. What's the best advice you can think of for fellow witches and pagans who are having trouble dealing with the world at large? How can we best use our anger and outrage to help others? So, the really obvious answer here, I suppose, is that if you feel as though you are able to implement change, you can always do spells and rituals to attempt to implement that change. And you can also work with other groups, whether online or in person, if they're also trying to do the same things. But alternatively, if perhaps a magical route isn't necessarily what you want to go down, you could try and transform that into something really beneficial, whether that is volunteering, whether that is helping others in the community. Develop a sense of community can help yourself and others too, could be really good. But really, any way of healthily channeling that stress and energy has got to be a good thing. So, whether that is starting a garden, working on an allotment, working on a community gardening project, whether that is just finding ways to help deal with it yourself, doing work astrally, doing inner work, working with guides, meditations, anything just to help process everything, because it's so easy sort of let it all build up to the point where you just feel totally out of control with it and like you're spiraling, and then it can be a lot harder to get yourself out of it. Have you used Handy Library? If not, do you have any organizational apps for books you recommend? At the moment, I literally just use Goodreads, and that's just what I've always sort of stuck with. I do need to find an alternative though, I think, just to make it a little bit easier and more streamlined. I know a lot of people are sort of turning away from Goodreads now, so I'll have to have a look and see what it's like. And I need to find a way also of like compiling books into a public list that people can find. I think that would be useful. Profile that people can look at. I need to find something like that because that would be really good. How do I know if I'm in a trance state? Would you describe? Sometimes I feel like losing track of time, suddenly, but my mind is active and I don't know how to utilize the opportunity. So yeah, when it comes to trance state, it is really, well, it's really unique to individuals. But one thing I have very often found is the complete loss of a sense of time. So minutes feel like seconds, hours feel like minutes. And it's really easy when you enter these states to completely lose track of time. And so I do always think it's beneficial to keep timers and to set alarms just in case, especially if you're doing anything astrally or if you're working in inner temples or even just meditating. It's so easy to lose track of time. If you are in trance-like states and you are experiencing things, so for instance, if you're doing a guided meditation and you've entered into a trance-like state, things won't be quite right. Like things will break laws of physics, or the colors don't look quite right, or you just don't feel quite right. There is something that makes it other, something that makes it different. It's the same with the astral. Astral is very much our plane. Like you can be on our plane, but you're able to do things that you wouldn't normally be able to. Or if you are entering another world, for instance, another plane, then that's going to feel different again. So it's that quirks and weirdness that really helps to distinguish between this and other. But especially if you're just getting started with trance, the losing track of time is going to be a big one. And also, when you come back out of it again, you're probably going to feel sort of separate. Like you're not going to feel grounded and solid. Instead, you're likely to feel sort of weird and out of it, which is that point where I typically recommend people have something really carby or sugary if possible, or just getting out into nature, touching the ground again to really connect ourselves back down again, because sometimes you might feel sort of strange for a couple of hours afterwards if you aren't giving yourself that appropriate aftercare. Right. Here we go. So this one relates back to it again. So I've been struggling with trance states and not knowing when I'm in one. Same with meditation. I don't know how people see things without being in control of what they see via imagination. So it sort of is that moment where you relinquish control. So it's a little bit like dreams. You aren't necessarily controlling your dreaming, but you're still experiencing it because your conscious part of your mind has sort of floated off and doing its own thing, and your unconscious mind is able to come forward. The trance state permits our unconscious mind to be in control. And so it is that ability to relinquish part of your control, not all of your control. You're still able to snap back in again, but it's the ability to relinquish some of the control to allow our unconscious mind to come. And that's the trick when it comes to trance states, of being hyper aware you're trying to be in a trance state and actually being in a trance state. And usually you're not even going to realize that it's happened until it's already happened. So you might be, say, an hour or 2 hours into a trance meditation, and all of a sudden your conscious mind clicks back in and you go, oh, well, I didn't make any of this. I didn't plan for any of this. And it's only afterwards when you sort of realize what's happened. And then as time goes on, it gets easier to relinquish that conscious part of your mind to allow the unconscious to come forwards. But it takes time. Like it really, really does. And it's something where more often than not, it's going to just happen. Like, I know that's the least useful piece of information I can give, but it's just going to click. And then once it clicks, then all of a sudden you're probably going to find it a lot easier after that point. But up until that point, it can feel like a real slog. And for some people, that can take days, weeks, months, years, depending on how much control you have in your mind. And I have often found, because I also struggled with this, if you have a lot of anxiety as a person and you try to cling onto control, you're going to find trance a lot harder to enter than somebody who's very sort of free and doesn't really mind what's going on. It takes a lot more effort if you are struggling with anxiety. I can say that as somebody with anxiety and OCD, but eventually you get accustomed to the feeling of losing control to the point where it no longer feels scary. And once you get to that point, it's way easier to sort of flick between the two. Oh, Storygraph is a great alternative to Goodreads, a lot of booktubers. I've had a lot of people, I think, mention Storygraph. So I will have to go and check that out because, yeah, I definitely need something else, I think. Oh, here we go. So I get into trance when I'm on the train and I can't continue. I don't want to miss my station. So yeah, that happens quite a lot. It's why, especially if you aren't in control of losing control, as silly as that sounds, you can lose track of time so easily. 1 minute can turn into 2 hours, and you have no idea where all of that time went because time feels so if you aren't super in control of losing control, it's all sort of a bit confusing because you need to be willing to relinquish control, but you need to regain enough control to recognize time passing. So that's why setting timers is so important, especially at the start, setting alarms, setting timers. If you know that your journey is going to be, say, an hour and a half, set a timer at 40 minutes. That way you can definitely make sure that you feel grounded and rooted again before you have to get off that train. It's very much time management when it comes to trance work if you aren't wanting to be in a trance for a substantial amount of time. Right, it is freezing. Has anybody else noticed? Maybe it's only in the UK. It is so cold right now. I feel like we have gone from autumn to the middle of winter in days. It is 0 degrees right now, Celsius, which is, I don't actually know what that is in Fahrenheit, like -20, something like that. I don't understand Fahrenheit. Let me check. Um, zero, maybe it's the same. I I'll be honest, Fahrenheit confuses the hell out of me. Okay, so 32. There we go. 32 Fahrenheit. Where did I get it's -20 from? Or is it that 0 Fahrenheit is like -20? Anyway, it's cold. It's cold, cold. Um, I don't understand Fahrenheit. Props to anybody who gets it. My brain does not compute maths. Right, where am I here? I Oh, okay. What are your thoughts on the Annabelle doll? Okay, so for anybody who sort of doesn't know the Annabelle doll, so the Annabelle doll is sort of the basis of many a horror story. And the story initially is so I don't know fully in depth, word for word, what the story is, but I am aware that a woman was given this particular doll as kind of a celebration gift. I believe it was from her mother, but don't quote me on that one. And essentially, as time went on, she noticed that the doll was moving by itself. It was shuffling around on the bed. She would come home after nobody was in the house and find that the doll had moved in a different place and had absolutely no explanation for it. And I believe that eventually it got to the point where the doll was causing physical harm. And at that point, people started intervening. Now, there is, I keep forgetting their names, two very particular people, very famous for the Amityville horror series. Why are their names escaping me right now? I don't know what their names are. Why? It's poof, gone. Anyway, these very famous, the Warrens, that's it, Ed and Lorraine Warren were the people who came in to start investigating the doll and the phenomena that surrounded the doll. And in the end, they ended up taking this particular doll into their possession, and I believe it was part of their museum. Now, a lot sort of happened in the time since. I believe there was at least one fire at that museum, I believe, and then the doll went on tour all around America, I believe. And it sort of gained massive headlines because people were really, really uncomfortable about this seemingly very, very haunted doll being in a city. And several really strange things happened. I believe that when it ended up in New Orleans, a really, really old property burned to the ground the same day that Annabelle got into the city. And then it moved into a different place. And eventually, one of the keepers of Annabelle ended up passing away. And there was a massive debate happening as to whether this was related at all to the Annabelle doll. Now, I'm fascinated by haunting dolls. I think they're just such an interesting topic. But there is that level of question as how much power do the dolls actually possess? Now, I know there is one doll. You'll notice I'm great at faces and recognizing people and book covers. I'm terrible at names. I believe the doll's name is Robert the doll. And you have to be very, very careful when you are visiting to be respectful, to not take pictures without asking permission first, to not laugh at the doll, to not make fun of the doll, don't sneer at the doll. Be very respectful, be very cautious, be very careful, because people have come back after they've seen the doll and said, all of these horrific things happened in my life, and I want to apologize to Robert for the things that have happened in my life, because all of this stuff happened after I laughed at him or after I took a photo without his permission. And it's really important when dealing with haunted dolls that we come at it from a place of respect, from a place of care, and not a place of mocking, joking, or potentially even abusing the dolls in any way, shape, or form. And so questions sort of start coming in of what actually happened with Annabelle. I know that there was some talk of Annabelle actually going missing, but I believe that's not actually true. You know, what happened here? Like, were people being very negative towards Annabelle and then the negative things happened? Or what I find to be the most likely answer is simply that it was all a giant coincidence. As horrible as it may be that all of these bad things happened to people when Annabelle was in a particular city, I suspect that it's very much correlation, not causation. Unfortunately, sometimes things genuinely do just happen to people. Health conditions can go unrecognised, untreated. Things can happen so suddenly that I don't necessarily think that it's the fault of Annabelle that a fire started or that somebody sadly lost their life. Now, that's not me saying that I think that these dolls have no power, but I do think that there is something to be said about a stigma regarding haunted dolls. And then I feel like I do have to bring it up is the idea that Ed and Lorraine Warren were, I feel bad saying it because they have such a cult following, but Ed and Lorraine Warren were not always considered to be the most authentic paranormal investigators. I firmly believe that at the start of their career, they were truly wanting to help people and were truly recording that were happening. Then movie deals start coming in and book deals start coming in, and before you know it, you have a desire for things to be demonic possession. You have a desire for things to be haunted dolls trying to kill people. And I do wonder if somewhere along the way, authenticity sort of started leaving the building. And I think the same thing sort of happened with Derek Acora. Now, I know this is sort of an entirely different topic, but I do believe that a lot of these people are gifted, but somewhere along the way, the desire to perform and to have success has led to them sort of losing some of their authenticity along the way. I do think, though, that the story of Annabelle is really fascinating. And if you would like me to do any video deep diving into kind of haunted dolls, paranormal locations, let me know, because they're topics that I'd love to look into more, but I've just never been sure if anybody would be interested. But yeah, I don't think that they have anything to do with the bad things that happened. I think that Annabelle is a very fascinating doll, arguably one of the most haunted and evils in the entire world, but not sure if there's anything more going on there. Yeah, showing hauntings on demand can be tricky. Exactly. Like, it's the same thing that I believe happened with Derek Akora. Like, okay, backstory of Derek Akora. Just because, for anybody who doesn't know, Derek Akora was a very, very famous psychic medium, arguably one of the most famous psychic mediums in the world. And he worked a lot on the show Most Haunted in the UK, which is where I first encountered him, because that was my entire childhood, basically. And eventually it got to the point that people on the team were questioning his authenticity. Like, things were happening that just didn't seem to make any sense. And so eventually, one of the parapsychologists on the team, Dr. Kieran O'Keefe, set about attempting to prove or disprove Derek's authenticity. And in doing so, he showed that Derek was actually utilizing information he was given from third parties. He wasn't going in as blind to the situation as he was telling everybody, and he was willing to share information that wasn't actually real. And it was fake information that Dr. Kieran O'Keefe had planted for him. And he eventually had this massive downfall where nobody believed him anymore. But I think that is one of the cases of, and you see it a lot actually with stage psychics and for people who perform stage psychometry as well, where you have this need for answers, for ancestors, for spirits to come through to you, and people are paying to watch you perform. What happens as a psychic if you're standing on stage and nothing comes through? Nobody is giving you any information, nothing is coming to you. What do you do then? Because you have an audience of thousands of people wanting to watch you perform, and you don't have anything to offer them. And so you say, okay, well, this time I'll fake it, but next time I won't need to. And then you get bigger and your popularity grows, and all of a sudden you start faking it more and more, and eventually you end up with finding out that you're not being entirely honest. And I think that is probably what happened with Warrens, and I think that's also quite likely to be what has happened to a lot of the stage psychics that we've seen the downfall of in the last couple of decades. So yeah, it's difficult to deal with. Right, let's have a look see at where I am. I did see something coming in here. Hello, thank you so much, Holly Drummond. Thank you. I lost my daughter, 18 years and unborn grandchildren in June. Not even imagine that's been. I felt lost, ill, and drained since. Any healing book spells? Thank you. I don't have any healing spells necessarily, mostly because I adapt everything based on circumstances. But what I would say is you probably need to find balance both in your life and also energetically. And I can't imagine how difficult that must be at the moment to even consider being able to find that. But often getting out into nature allows us to reconnect more with the world around us, allowing us to balance our energies a little more. Perhaps if you can find a group of like-minded people, if you're in the UK or even abroad, you will often find groups called pagan moots. They are gatherings of like-minded pagan individuals come together typically once or twice a month, and they just talk, share their experiences, gain insight from other people. Sometimes there's music, sometimes there are lectures on different topics that might help spread the weight a little bit of everything that you're dealing with. Might be able to reconnect you with yourself, with the world around, and with like-minded people who might just be able to offer you a shoulder to lean or some additional support. When it comes to healing workings, a really, really simple one that could be quite useful is writing down your thoughts, whether these are just the things that you're experiencing that you just want to write down on paper, whether you want to write it in the form of a letter to someone lost. So write down everything that you want to share and then burn it. You can burn it on a particular day. So, for instance, if you want to release things, release the emotions, then burning it on a new moon allows you to release all of those energies. But if you want to manifest things, or if you want to kind of share information energetically with the spirit world, then you can do it at any time. Burn those letters, because that transformative quality of fire releases things into the spirit world, into the energetic world, and it's a great way of releasing feelings, conversations, emotions, as a way of not necessarily letting it go, but as a way of releasing some of the pressure that builds up if we have all of these emotions and we have no way of expressing them. Now, somebody here has said something that I think, I've never read the book myself, but I have heard that the book is very, very good, and that is Witch in Darkness by Kelly Ann Maddox. I've never read the book myself, but I've been recommended it many, many times, so that could be something to look into. Though they have said here that she is asking you to buy from secondhand shops at the moment. That could be something. But books that are focusing on journaling could be really, really good as a way of sort of releasing some of that tension and allowing you to balance things out a little bit. Grounding exercise could be really, really useful, as well as anything that works with the water element. That healing, calming, nurturing energy of the water element is something that I often find people going through grief find great benefit from. So those are just a few things that I can recommend. But if anybody in the comment section has anything, then that is something that I would love to learn more about, so that we can help share it as necessary with everybody else. I am somewhere. Oh, oh no. Oh gosh. Oh no. It just jumped so bad. Okay, I'm just gonna try and get through some of these as quick as I can before I lose any. So this top one said something, if I can't anymore. The question was something about what sort of spirit activity has been the most convincing to you. And this is one of those where I think it's seeing is believing. And I know that that is just so useless for a lot of people, but I find that the most convincing activity is stuff where I can find absolutely zero other explanation for, and especially when other people have been involved. So, one incident could pass it up as being, oh, I'm just tired, or oh, it's just a trick of the light. But then when you have other people seeing the exact same thing, that's when it starts getting a bit strange. And one thing that I find particularly interesting is when you have experiences in a location and then you later find your experiences validated by other people throughout time. I think that one's really interesting. I mean, one of the most interesting ones that's not necessarily happened recently, it's happened within the last couple of years anyway, was just when I'm lying on the sofa, minding my own business, and a tissue pulls itself totally out of a tissue box and just sort of floats around. And it's like, I have no explanation for that. A tissue falling over in a tissue box, fine, could have some form of explanation for that. But a tissue in a new tissue box pulling itself entirely out of the tissue box, I have absolutely no explanation for that. And those are the ones where you go, okay, if this is something that I cannot explain, then it's quite likely there are other things that have happened that I've just passed off as being thing that are also significant and I can't explain. Which is then when you start getting sort of a ball effect of sort of, how do I describe it? Like, all of a sudden you'll notice that there's other things that you've experienced that you just passed off as being right. Let's have a look. See. I am. What are your thoughts on reversals in tarot? So I always read reversals just because I find them to be so much more efficient than anything else. I enjoy it because it expands your deck. And you can do this too, not just with tarot, but also with oracle as well, especially if you have a very, very how do I best describe this? If you have a very positive deck, I don't want to sound really negative about cards, but like if you have a deck that is very love and light, a deck that is perhaps only positive things, and you're feeling a little bit like it's limiting your craft, like you can't get the depth of answers that you would like out of it, then I find that reading reversals is really useful because you take whatever meaning is in the card and you essentially turn it on its head. Now, the cards don't necessarily have to be, say, an opposition to, like, it doesn't have to be a total polar opposite, but it will likely have some influence over the way that that card manifests. So, for instance, if it were to be the Cups, for example, typically the Three of Cups is associated with friendships, gatherings, joy, harmony, like fun. The Three of Cups reversed doesn't necessarily mean that your friendships are going to be destroyed and that you're never going to be happy again, but it might mean that you feel perhaps like an outsider in your gatherings of friends. Perhaps you're noticing that people are withdrawing from you and that you don't necessarily have the same qualities as your friends. Perhaps you're not getting on the same, you're disagreeing more, or perhaps they want different things in life and you feel like you're being left behind. The reversal doesn't have to mean that all your friends are going to leave you and you're never going to be happy again, but it might mean that your friends start having gatherings outside of you. You might notice yourself being left out perhaps more and more, or you might find yourself not wanting to engage in those activities the same way as you may have done before. So I find reversals really, really interesting in that regard because there is so much depth that you can add to a reading. And you don't have to do reversals all of the time if you don't want to. If you shuffle, if you've ever seen any of my tarot readings, you will see how I shuffle. So I split the deck in half, turn them in opposite ways, and then I flick the cards into one another, and then I shuffle a few more times, split the deck, shuffle them into one another. You can give that a try, and if you don't like reading reversals, then you just go through the cards and just put them all the right way up again, or you just decide you don't want to read reversals, and you just make that clear at the start that today I'm not reading reversals, so whatever cards come out, I'm going to read them as though they are in their upright position, and then just do a reading ow as normal. Why did that hurt so much? Owie. Oh. So yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, it's unfortunate the audio. I'm trying to the microphone that's on the camera and it's showing that it's picking up the audio the entire time. And in all of my tests that I did earlier, it was doing it all the time, like it was fine. But I'm not sure if it's just not doing that now, which is so annoying if that's the case, because I really need the audio to be good. So I'm not sure what to do in that regard. Hopefully by next live stream I can get it more fixed because oh, it's a setting on Obia. Yeah. I Okay. What I'll have to do is I'm gonna have to go in sort of afterwards and try and gonna say fiddle around with it, but then I bad. Try and mess around with it and see if I can get it to work. Yeah, you should have seen me. I've been sitting here for hours freaking out. I'm like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I can't do my old live stream again because I've moved everything. So yeah, I'm hoping that as time goes on, we can start sorting stuff out so it looks this good because I love the way that the new camera looks. It's I haven't streamlined everything. Right, where am I? I am somewhere. Yeah, What's your favorite vegetarian dish or recipe do you ever do cooking? Um, I will be honest, I try to cook. I really, really do. And sometimes um I can do really, really good dishes, but it's very much like a fluke, right? I'll just make a dish and I'm like, oh my God, this is incredible. And I write it down. So I remember during lockdown, I found a recipe that was an aubergine pasta recipe. I cooked it every single day for 3 solid months. And I'm talking like I had leftovers, lunch and dinner, lunch and dinner, lunch and dinner every day for 3 months. I loved that dish so much. And now, some of the favorite recipes I do, and this is not sponsored in any way, shape, or form, that is through the Sorted Food app. I think it's called Sidekick. They have such good recipes, such good recipes. So if I ever have the chance to cook like properly, I'll go through their app because I know that whatever dish I do will be at least pretty good. I don't massively include kind of magic in my cooking. Why? No, not really. The only things that I really do is when I have tea. I tend to choose herbal tea based on what I need at that given moment, but I have to drink it cold because I have discovered that hot tea I hate. But if I wait for the tea to go cold, then it's nice. So I will choose different teas based off what I need magically, but I don't necessarily take it any further than that right now. I really need to find some good recipes though that I can like repeat again and again and again and again. Right. I wanted to learn more about candle magic. I watch your vids as well, but I want to go deeper on the topic. Do you have any recommendations like books on that or advanced candle magic videos in the future? I can definitely do some in the future on more advanced candle magic. I really should do an entire course. YouTube now has a feature for courses, right? So where you just like you take videos that you're making anyway, and you just put them in a course so people can follow them from the start to the end. Maybe I should do that on candle magic because I during lockdown did a whole bunch of videos on different shapes of candles that are used in sympathetic magic and why you would use them, how you would use them, different spells to do. And I hated those videos so much because they looked so bad that I privated them all. But maybe it's worth me recreating those videos if you want me to go through everything from candle colors to dressing candles to anointing candles to herbs in candles, different shapes of candles, different workings you can do. Like I can do all of those videos. It's just fitting them into the schedule basically if there's interest in me doing it. But yeah, for recommendations. Um I can try and grab some down. Let me see if I can spot any. There is one. So let's see how beginner this one is. Sometimes I lose track on what is beginner and what isn't. So let's have a look. See one here called Exploring Candle Magic. Candle spells, charms, rituals, and divinations by Patricia Valesco. I forget this doesn't have autofocus. This one goes into basic candle magic, mundane fundamentals, exploring candle magic, different kind of spells that you can do. So it's very much sort of a spell book come candle magic. I'd say it's perhaps a little bit more on the beginner side. I definitely have others. It's just a case of finding them. What I'll have to do is I will compile a list of more advanced candle magic books, and I'll probably do a video on those if that's something you sort of want me to dive into. So, does making a golem count as witchcraft? So, golems are really interesting in that I believe, let me just double check before I dive in and say that. Yes, so the term golem primarily comes from sort of, well, adapted Jewish traditions, is sort of my understanding of it. And so we often find similar styles of practice in other forms. So they are sort of commonly reduced down to being creations out of inanimate materials. So often this could be mud, this could be this could be clay. That's something that's often used. And essentially, they are they're sort of a form of servitor. Now, I know that I find a way of always bringing servitors up in all of these videos, but the fundamentals of the creation of a golem or a golem type creature is usually by a form of magical practitioner in an attempt to achieve a goal. So this could be to gain information, this could be to achieve something. And so essentially that is what a servitor is exactly. It is the creation of something living out of something that you wouldn't expect living separately. You're taking your energy and you're transforming it into something else. So in that regard, golems and these man-made spirit type creatures do fall under the category of witchcraft, but you don't necessarily need to be a practitioner of witchcraft in order to work with these. They come from many different traditions around the world, with different people referring to themselves as different things in different ways. And so it very much falls under the very large umbrella of magical arts. It doesn't necessarily have to fall under any set given title or description. That's going to depend on your background, your tradition, what you're doing, why you're doing it, how you're doing it, the tradition from which it comes from, etc. Right. But there is a difference. Sorry, there is a difference though between a familiar and like a servitor is more energy being sent out from it's being disconnected from yourself to do tasks to then come back to you again. You can definitely do the same thing with a spirit that is an external spirit that exists entirely separately from you, which would perhaps be a temporary familiar of sorts. Right, let's have a look see. Over. I've picked up two books by Laura Tempest Zakroff. Have you read her books and what is your take on them? So I have. Oh goodness. Is it called Weave the Liminal? Let me just double check if it's called Weave the Liminal. I need to give it another go, to be honest. So Weave the Liminal is another book on traditional witchcraft. And normally I would say I love all books on traditional witchcraft, but for whatever reason I tried reading it. I have it in my collection. I'm going to be honest, it's somewhere over there. And I couldn't get through the entire book. Now, I want to emphasize here that's not me saying that I think the book is bad. For whatever reason, at the time, I could not get through it. So, what I'll have to do is I'll have to pick the book up again, give it another read from a different sort of mental state in a different time, and see what I think of it the second time around. Because I think that's only fair. Sometimes you pick up a book and you're just not in the right headspace to read it, and so you might think the book is bad when actually it was just you. So I feel the need to a repeat read. But I didn't necessarily vibe with it and connect with it the same way that I did other books on traditional witchcraft. So, yeah, take that as you will. Right, let's have a look. I am here somewhere. Oh, it's disappeared again. Glitched out. Right, it's here somewhere. Come on, baby, load back up again. Thank you. It keeps disappearing, which is not good, which then means I lose all of the questions. So I need to speed up so that I don't lose questions. Right. What movie or series do you recommend for a beginner witch? Honestly, not really any of them. Mostly because when we're talking about sort of fictional media, they often will take magical practice and totally warp it into manifesting in totally different ways. However, there is a big however here. If you've been on my channel before, you'll probably have seen the videos that talk about the craft or practical magic or the chilling adventures of Sabrina and the reality of where the information comes from. Of the ones that I have reviewed and kind of gone through so far, I've not done every episode, every show though. I think that the one that I would say is perhaps the most interesting is the chilling adventures of. Now, emphasis here being interesting, not necessarily completely educational. So the chilling adventures of Sabrina is very, very heavily influenced by the witch trials. And so for me, as a folk magic traditional witchcraft practitioner, I find that that time period is fascinating for magical tradition, and therefore the media that comes out of that time period I also find really, really interesting. And so if that's something that you are particularly interested in, I have some videos on that show on my channel. But the show itself is drawn from so many real magical practices, but then obviously it is taken out of context and expanded on to become something else. If you want something that's more just an inspirational feel-good movie, Practical Magic, every day of the week. I need to watch it again. Like, soon, because I love that movie. Once again, there's still a lot of real fundamentals, but obviously it's been extrapolated out into a fantasy rom-com and it is so good. So those are the two that I would say. If you're going to watch anything, those are the ones that I feel particularly drawn to, but just come into it from the perspective of knowing that it isn't real witchcraft. It's based on something real. Right. Any tips for someone who really struggles with having the motivational energy for spell work, as in I never seem to have it? So this would be where you're looking into low energy witchcraft. So this is where you're focusing on styles of practice and adapting witchcraft to fit into energy that you have when you have it. And if you don't have it, it's about drawing it from other places. So I have an entire video in that long ago actually. Double check. It was called Low Energy Witchcraft. I think I did it earlier on in the year. And that one goes into exactly that, sort of utilizing other tools and items to help magnify your energy so that you aren't feeling so lost in your energy when it comes to spell work and ritual. So this can be, oh my goodness, it was further back than I think. So this could be taking items, charging them in advance. If you have energy during a particular day, charge a whole bunch of candles with different intentions, wrap them up, keep them safe. If you're working with crystals, you might want to charge them during the full moon or the height of the summer day so that you can then use that energy at a later point. The ability to take your workings and boost them with external energy or preemptively do them. Wow, I did it at the start of January, so the 26th of January 2025. It's called Low Energy Witchcraft, Passive Energy, Pre-Charged Spells, and More. That's the one where I really deep dive into that, just because I think it's a topic that is so important. So many people feel very isolated in the magical craft if they can't do things to the Right. Do you have any book recommendations to learn more about Germanic witchcraft? And then I also have another question here of I'm curious about Irish folk magic. Any book recommendations? So I'm going to direct this one to anyone in the chat of do you have any Irish witchcraft or Germanic witchcraft books that you recommend or that you've just read and think could be curious for somebody else to read? Because I don't think I have any. I'm pretty certain I don't have any, especially not Germanic magic. I might have a few Irish magic books, but I definitely have to dig those out if I do. Right. Protection magic can be overwhelming for me because of my OCD. I worry that it's not working or that I'm not doing it enough. What's a way to make protections fun so I'm not stressing about them? So, making protections fun. I don't necessarily think, and now this is just coming from somebody who also has OCD, I don't necessarily think that making it fun is not that it's not going to help, but I think it might be easier to, because you still need to be quite serious and quite engaged when you're doing spell work. Instead, think of it as being, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, oh well, which I know is so difficult to do in that situation, like been there, done that. But I think it's perhaps about having lots of different options so that if one fails, it's not the end of the world. And in reality, for the most part, if all of your protections fail, you are going to be fine. Like for the most part. It's only in circumstances when perhaps you are summoning different energies, different spirits, where you may be working with things that you're unfamiliar with, in places that you are unfamiliar with the energy, that you're really ever going to have problems. For the most part, having a couple of protections up is going to be sufficient unless you're dealing with something intense. So perhaps rather than thinking of protections as being almost a be all end all, or perhaps a black and white approach where it has to be perfect or it's bad, perhaps it's a case of layering up protections that are created in a slightly more relaxed way. Like you can do your ritualistic protection, do your shielding, you can do your boundary spells, but you might also just want to spend an evening just sketching out some sigils that you relate to protection and just painting them on some paper, colouring pencils or inks or something. You know, it could be making your own witch's bells or a witch's ladder that's designed to be for protection, and have it just be a fun experience that you're creating it. At the end of the day, if it works or doesn't work, you're more likely than not going to be totally fine, but it adds a little bit more creative flair into it so it feels less ritualistic. Because I have found myself that the heavier the ritual, the harder it is for my OCD to cope with it. So if I have to, say, do something every day for 7 days, my OCD is more likely to latch onto that than something that is just a one-off thing that I'm doing. It's a bit of fun while I'm creating it, and at the end of it, I don't have to do anything with it again. I can just keep it around my house, whether they're the Rowan charms, whether it's a Rowan cross, whether it is witch's bells or a witch's ball or like that. It is something that I am creating. I am having fun while creating, and then I just sort of leave it be, because I find, and this could just be me, but I find that repetition triggers my OCD more than anything else. And often my OCD will latch onto things that my OCD doesn't normally latch onto solely because I have made a ritual out of it. So that could just be something to consider of maybe you want to do, say, a boundary spell, and you might want to have it set so you have to do that every month. But the rest of your protections are just one-off things that you created that you had fun doing as a way of taking some of that pressure off. Right. There I am. I want to start using crystals to help me with my tarot readings, but I'm not sure how. How do I incorporate them, or how do I tell if they're working as I can't sense energy? Any tips? So I suppose it really depends on how you want to be utilizing them. The one thing you will commonly find, I actually don't have them in here or I would show you, is that people will have crystals that they place on top of tarot cards. And this can be for a couple of different reasons. You'll often see it at public shows and events because those cards are being interacted with by so many different, especially if you're a reader that says, okay, I need you to draw 3 cards out of this deck. That touching then adds energy into that deck of cards, and that's something that you might want to avoid then giving to the next person. Not that it's necessarily infectious in that way, but if you want a reading to be about the person that's right in front of you, then having the energy of the person 3 readings ago may well influence the outcome of that reading. And so you'll often find people placing selenite on top of those cards as a way of limiting the unwanted energy. Some people will use smoky quartz, some people will use black tourmaline, obsidian for similar purposes. If you want to keep your cards quite high energy, you might want to put selenite or clear quartz on top of those cards when they're not in use as a way of maintaining that high energy. It then takes less time to get into that reading because you're already sort of partway there when it comes to the energy of the cards. Now, alternatively, if you live in an environment where you feel like you need a bit of extra protection on those cards, then you might want to be adding black tourmaline, smoky quartz, or obsidian on top of those cards as a way of shielding them from energies. But if you're doing a reading for love or for money, then you might want to be rose quartz, citrine. For good luck, you might want to be using green aventurine or jade. There's so many different ways that you can this. You can have them around the altar space, you can place them on top of those cards, you can have them in rings. I often wear a lot of rings when I'm doing my readings with different stones in for different intentions. And really, it's not necessarily about knowing whether they work or not, and it's more about setting a precedent for how you want that working manifest, how you want that reading to present itself. So if you are doing a reading and it's surrounded by rose quartz, the emphasis of that reading has been predetermined. This is going to be a reading about love. If you have used rhodonite, then that reading is predetermined to be about self-love, inner work. If you've done something for, trying to think of something like malachite, and perhaps you're using malachite and jade together, then that working is sort of preset as to being relating to studies or progress in a financial sense. If you are using citrine or green aventurine, you're looking at good luck and money. It's sort of a way of presetting that energy. You're coming in with that intention out, especially if those cards have spent a little bit of time in that energy before you do that working. When it comes to protecting the cards, it is just being in the presence of that energy. And so sometimes I think it's less about proving that it works and just having that energy sort of settle into the cards. Now, if you want to amplify your connection to the cards, so say you are struggling with psychic abilities and you want to develop it further, you might want to use either Rainbow Moonstone or Labradorite. Now, they are technically the same crystal, just in different tones. So Rainbow Moonstone is very pale in colour, Labradorite is moonstone, just darker in colour. And so it really depends on what you feel more connected to. They're both associated with psychic abilities. Rainbow Moonstone is a little bit more associated with dreams and lighter magic, whereas Labradorite is a little bit more associated with divination and more trance-like magic. They're sort of two sides of the same coin. They can be worn, but they can also be utilized in tarot readings, placed on top of decks to really amplify that energy if you do struggle to make connections. So that's just sort of the ways that I use them specifically. But for me, Labradorite is a big one. I love Labradorite. Absolutely love it. Over Rainbow Moonstone, you'll often find, and actually, let me know. Somebody's already said here that they feel particularly drawn and attuned to Labradorite. I would love to know whether you feel more connected to Rainbow Moonstone or Labradorite, because I do tend to find people are either or. I love them both, But if I were to choose one to work with, it would probably be Labradorite. So I'd love to know what everybody's else's favorites are between the two, or if you have any other favorite crystals. But yeah, let's have a look. I put stones with the cards prior to a reading, then give a stone to the person I read for. Oh, that's a really good way of doing it. The connection between the stones and the cards can pass through without allowing the cards to retain the energy. Oh, that's a lovely way of doing it, actually. And if you're a reader, obviously it depends on sort of the what financially you have going on, what you feel comfortable doing. But I've met readers before who do like rune readings and they have loads of spare runes. So what would happen is after that reading, they would ask the person to pick a particular rune and like randomly, and then they are allowed to take that rune with that resonates with the purpose of that reading. So you could do something similar. So before every reading, you could put a crystal on top of that deck. And then once you've done with that reading, that person is able to keep that stone as a way of connecting to the energy of what you've been talking about. That could be really nice as well. Sort of to give them like a practical thing, especially because a lot of people who come to readers are coming to readers because they've had a lot of upset in their lives. Like especially at the events and shows, you primarily find the people who go for readings the most are the people with the most turmoil. So it gives them something concrete to focus on and to ground them into that reading, something that allows them to work on it further. So, oh, it's done it again. Okay. I'm discovering as I'm doing this sort of test stream that I have to refresh the chat so often that I keep losing questions in large numbers. So I'm gonna have to find a way of fixing that. I mean, I'm very grateful that whilst I've been on here, I have been offered much help to try and figure this out because I feel lost, like I'm starting all over again. Right, what does your practice look like? Oh, I actually think this is a really nice question. I maybe need to do another Witchy Week video. I feel like that's long overdue. I must have not done one in over a year. So my practice is very much do what I need to when I need it and not beforehand. I am very much I have a lot of the skills, but I don't implement them unless I absolutely have to, kind of a practitioner. And I have been now for quite a long time. So somebody from the outside might look at my practice and they might go, "Ah, oh, you've not done a spell in 2 months." And then all of a sudden, 1 week will go by where I've done like 10 workings just because that's what I need to do at that given moment. For the most part, the things that I do on a daily basis are working with servitors and spirits. I will connect with deities, but mostly I find that it is the energy work that I tend to do the most. I need a protection working really short term, I will typically utilize sheep. That's primarily my go-to if there's spirit activity. If anything is really going on, there's a lot of energy sensing going on. It's working with tree spirits, plant spirits, nature spirits, the things that don't necessarily have a physical place. It's not like a set thing that I would do. It's just something that happens in my day-to-day life, if that makes sense. And then when I need to do readings or I need to do workings, then it's typically adapted folk magic. Then it is a lot of candle spells. Because for me, I find there's something so grounding. Strangely, you'd think that fire wouldn't be grounding, but I find there's something so tangible and tactile about candle magic that I really resonate with it. So my altar is commonly, you guys never really see it, it is piled up with used tea lights. Because of all of the candles that I work with, the ones I work with the most are just the cheapest of the cheap plain tea lights. I will work with ritual candles like as I need to. But for the most part, my workings perhaps surround one big candle and then loads of smaller tea lights. And then I will do regular workings with just tea lights. Tea lights, my trusty awl, and oil. that is the majority of my magical practice, and just fueled by the heavy energy work that I am consistently doing. And so I find that that is really the way my practice looks. And for the most part, I'll be the first one to admit it. It is very monotonous. It's very one note because I find something that works and I tend to stick with it. And so I will do the same style of spell for every intention. Protection, same type of spell as a love spell, as a money spell, as a good luck spell. Because if the technique works, I then just change items that are being used. So instead of a green candle, it might be a blue candle. Instead of catnip, it might be lavender. It's just that interchangeability of workings that I find really, really useful. So it's one of the reasons why I stopped showing sort of complex spells in my Sabbath videos, because my practice is so boring. Not boring from a I'm bored of this sense, but boring as in it's operative. Like if something works, I stick with it. And so that's sort of how my craft has ended up. Though I do love reading a lot about other people's craft. So yeah, I will have to do some more witchy weeks because it's something I've not done in a long time, and I feel like I should pick it up and do it again. Maybe I should do it for the Yule season. I don't know. Maybe I should do it for around then. Right. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Hellbred. Yeah, I'm really hoping all of this, all of this starts working better. And actually, I will sort of let you all in on a little secret. This setup probably not going to be my setup for very much longer. I'm in the process of making an actual filming space, not just a bit of my house that I used to film in, like an actual room that I only use for filming. And that way, the camera will always be in focus and the audio will always work. And it's going to look similar to this, but just in a different place. So hopefully when that happens, I will then have everything good and the audio will be good and the video will be in focus and all of the stuff that I really need to do. It's lovely. I absolutely love this room. This sofa is so uncomfortable though. So I'm actually in the process of sort of rejigging everything. So I will still have this room. It's just you might not necessarily see this room in everyday videos. I'm basically recreating this upstairs. So it's gonna be in its own little home, because this is arguably the most uncomfortable spot to sit in my entire house. So yeah, I may well do a video on like the process of like how I'm doing it. So if you want to create a similar vibe, you know where I got everything from and where the artwork is from and you know all of that kind of stuff. But for now, I'm in the process of absolutely gutting my workshop, because that is going to be turned into the filming room when I actually finally get around to it. Oh, everybody's so much on us. Important information, the guides, the insights, the understanding. See, this is what I'm hoping for. So I'm actually hoping that in the end, I'm going to have a space that's way more practical. So because at the minute, I can't do any spell work in here because I don't have anywhere to do it. So the plan is that I'm going to be able to have a space where I can do readings, where I can do spell work, where I can show more practical things. Because I feel like that's what's missing, perhaps. I have maybe the information, but I'm not necessarily showing you the visuals. So my hope is that I'm going to be able to like merge the two together, and it's going to be great. I am in the process, actually, you say that, of loving this wall color. I'm in the process of trying to find this wall color again. So this is Wind in the Willows by Valspar. But it was a limited edition literary bookcase collection that they only did in 2019. And I'm desperate for this exact wall color. So I am desperately seeking the original tin, in the hopes that I can get an exact match in the office. So here's the mental picture, right? Bookcases filled with witchcraft books. All of this stuff down here is still going to be in the background. It's just going to be in a slightly different place. With bookcases that are like Victorian and built in, and they have lights, and it's going to be so pretty. I have an entire like Pinterest board of just what I want the office to be. So that's the plan. So, oh, thank you so much, Chris Jones, and thank you, Shadowlands Radio. So yeah, that's the plan when I can actually get to painting. I'm very excited about that. So how do you go about working with deities? So I would argue that my way of working with deities is actually kind of maybe not different, maybe not odd, but perhaps just a little bit unconventional. So a lot of people I know have like complex is maybe not the right word for it, but they have very consistent, very regular ways of working with deities. And so they do the same things at the same time every day, every week, every month, and that's kind of their routine. And I think it's one of the things that makes deity work so interesting, actually, is that everybody has their own unique way of doing it based off the particular deity that you're working with. So when I first started the craft, I was working a lot with Nyx. I worked with a few times, and also Poseidon a few times. Now this was when I was sort of figuring out deity work. I wasn't really in it. At this point, I was still working with a vague form of Wicca. So by this point, I'd somewhat moved away, a little bit moved away from like the very, very traditional British Wicca style, but I was still incorporating a lot of Wiccan elements in my practice. And so I worked a lot with Nyx and Poseidon during this time period, which didn't last for very long because I wasn't really super connected. I would call upon them in workings and it just didn't feel like me. But I would accommodate my workings to suit the day I was working with. So I would do a lot of workings at night and involving water. And they were the two ways that I was doing workings fully simultaneously. So many spells were done in the bath because it just made the most sense. It was the easiest place to do workings at night involving water. And then as I began sort of leaving that aspect of my craft, this was in that like 2014, 2016 void that was my magical practice, where I just felt kind of, and many of you will know my story of connecting with deities. I've spoken about it on the channel before. But when I was reached out to by Bridget and Ceridwen, it was a very different experience than what I dealt with before. And it was a lot more manageable. So for me, Bridget is an overarching deity. So she is what many would perhaps consider a matriarchal deity. So a lot of the time you'll hear people talking about a matron and a patron. And these are, I don't really want to say necessarily the most significant deities, but they are usually the deities that have the largest influence on a practitioner's life. So in this regard, it would be that Bridget for me is a presence in all aspects of my life. And she is very much a watchful eye. She is very much a motherly type of figure. Whereas my other deity, well, I have two others, but my other goddess is Ceridwen. And my relationship with Ceridwen is very different. Ceridwen is a figure that comes in when she is needed. And when I need her, I can call upon her. And while her altar is set up all of the time, she is not necessarily a deity that I would go to every day of the week. She is a deity where we have the agreement of, if you need me, light my candle. If you don't need me, don't do anything. Because it's that sort of, as soon as you engage with me, I know it's because I need to help. I need to be present. She is a very different dynamic to, say, Bridget, who feels like a very gentle, consistent presence. So for me, my work with deities is very, very simple at the minute, because I don't do a large amount of candles unless they are needed. I don't give offerings particularly often unless they are asked for, or unless we have a working arrangement. We have a very flexible dynamic. Whereas I know that there are many other practitioners who don't, who have a very, very rigid dynamic where you give offerings on set days and they have to be of set things. Change my water on this day, and it's a very ritualistic kind of relationship, which is something that I have never really experienced. For me, it's a, if you need me, light my candle. If you don't, keep my altar and then leave me alone. And that's not necessarily a negative thing. It's more of a, my relationship with them is more powerful during those times because it's when it's truly necessary rather than just a general experience. So I think it's quite unusual in some ways because I so many people have different experiences. I love learning about different people's practice because it's all so unique and different. I mean, I know people who go to certain locations to work with deity. They don't do it in their own home, they go outside. Whereas for me, all of the altars, besides Keranos, who doesn't actually have an altar at the moment, he's just an overarching presence, are all inside my home. Right. Into a longer question with a side of a story. Is Insta okay? Yeah, Instagram's fine. Oh yeah, I need to update the emails and stuff on YouTube. I need to fix that. I've been so behind on everything that I just need to catch up with myself. Have a look, see. What methods of meditation would you recommend for difficulty sitting still and in silence or with soft, low music? So I actually have an entire video on making meditation easier, and that will fully dive into sort of the different techniques. In this regard, I think the best way would be walking meditations. They are probably my most used form of meditation because they're so practical. Can't sit still, want to move around, walking meditations. You don't have to be listening to quiet music, not be listening to any music. You can just be music that just drones into noise for you. You know, those songs that you've heard so many times, you don't need to really listen to it. It's just there as a way of allowing you to enter into this meditative state whilst you're walking around. That could be a good option. Right. Hmm. A very interesting question. Let's have a look at this one. I made a witch's bottle and then buried it in a plant pot in the garden and planted a rosemary plant on top of it. Can I still harvest and use the rosemary, or will it be tainted by negative energies? So, this one is an either or answer. And the problem with either or answers is they aren't always super easy to figure out unless you literally go digging, which is sort of an inconvenient thing. So, witches' bottles are designed to contain negative energy. They are essentially a scapegoat style of working. So they're designed to act as an energetic double for yourself in many cases, as a way of allowing energy targeted at you to have another location. So it sort of thinks it's aiming at you, but actually it ends up in the bottle instead. That's what a lot of witches' bottles are used for, to contain, trap unwanted energies. And so because of that, it's going to entirely depend on whether that bottle is still intact or not. And that's sort of the tricky thing. So I would say that you would probably notice it in the health of that rosemary plant anyway, if that bottle breaks. Especially if it is a more traditional witch's bottle, you're likely going to smell something if it breaks too, because traditional witch's bottles contain urine, which is going to smell real bad after it's been sealed in a bottle for 6 months, which is why I typically recommend putting them in plant pots or putting them in containers, glass container, plastic. just a container that can contain liquid, just in case the worst happens. Because sometimes, and I've had this happen to me, they will go and you end up with glass and horrible stuff going everywhere. So generally speaking, if a witch's bottle is still secure and contained, then there is absolutely no problem with rosemary. If the witch's bottle is broken, then it's just about figuring out how that rosemary plant feels. If the rosemary plant is still growing totally fine, then it's unlikely that there's anything untoward going on there. But if you've linked the rosemary to the witch's bottle and the witch's bottle is broken, then that rosemary is likely going to start fading off because you've linked the energy of that plant to the energy of the witch's bottle. So one is going to have influence. Right. What do you think about using and disposing of soy candles? I think using them, totally fine. I think that using paraffin candles is fine if it's all you have access to. I think that it would be unreasonable of me to say that you can only use beeswax candles in your magical practice, because the reality of it is that a lot of people can't afford beeswax candles because wax itself costs many, many, many times more than the paraffin equivalent. So it's very much about utilizing. How do I best describe this? So the way that I would typically describe it to people is you want to be using the best that you can afford within reason. So if you use a lot of tea light candles, for instance, the majority of tea light candles you're going to find are paraffin wax. And if you are planning on using 10 of them every week for the next 20, 40, 60 years, that's a lot of candles. And then the beeswax equivalent are a lot more expensive. Can you reasonably be utilizing that in your practice long term? If you are planning on using the occasional candle in a really large working, maybe you might want to go for ritual candles. I mean, we make them for the shop because I love using them, and I still do. So we offer a wide range of beeswax ritual candles, everything from ancestor work to tag locks and everything in between. But they are very much centerpieces of workings. They are focal points for larger workings. And that is not something that everybody is going to be able to do. And so it's very much about utilizing what you have and what you feel comfortable with. A lot of people don't want to use beeswax because they're vegan, and so that goes against their morals. And so they want to use an alternative that's perhaps not paraffin wax, and so they settle on soy wax. It's very much about utilizing what we can with the limitations that we have placed upon it. So in regards to this, it's a case of deciding how that candle is going to be used, what ways it's going to be used. So soy wax is very, very soft, and so you're likely going to struggle to find figural candles soy wax. You can get them, but they're very, very delicate. Soy wax melts so quickly, it's so easy to dent. And so instead, you're likely going to find container candles in soy wax, and that's going to change the dynamic of how you use them and also how you dispose. When it comes to disposing of soy wax, that's really going to depend on circumstances. Obviously, beeswax degrades naturally, paraffin wax doesn't. Soy wax is sort of this thing in between. It's more processed than beeswax, but not plastic like paraffin. And so it's just important to be mindful of how we're processing. If you're planning on disposing of them in plant pots or in the earth, for instance, then perhaps it's worth doing plant pots that are covered so that animals can't dig into them and get that soy wax out if you do want to dispose of wax remains that way. Otherwise, it's about cleansing those wax remains and then disposing wherever is safest. And this applies for paraffin candles as well. If you want to dispose of them in the earth for ritual purposes, just make sure that no livestock isn't the word I was after, but I suppose it depends on where you live. Just make sure that no animals in that area are going to be able to get into it. Oh no, some soy candles actually use a lot of paraffin anyway. Yeah, that's another thing to definitely consider is if you're going to dispose of them, try to do it in a way that limits the damage to the environment as much as possible. And that may well be cleansing and removing separately, not including them in ritual remains and like. Oh goodness, so do some beeswax candles. Hard to trust. One thing I can say is that if you're ever concerned, the candles that we do are 100% beeswax. Because I make sure of it every single time because I never ever want something like that to happen. I can't imagine how awful it would feel if you like purchase beeswax candles because they're natural and then you find out they contain paraffin anyway. That would just be awful. Really, oh, right. Somewhere over. Oh, I'm gonna have to refresh it again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something about this because it constantly is making me refresh the chat. And I think it's because I'm on a Mac instead of on a PC. It's acting differently. Not ideal, but we will persevere. This is a stream full of trying new things. Ideas for homemade Yule gifts also house Cleo. Cleo is doing so well. She went on a massive walk earlier and was absolutely tuckered out by the end of it. She's found her voice and has learned that the stairs exist. So now I have to climb over a baby gate like a crazy person every time I want to get up the stairs. So she's doing really well. When it comes to homemade Yule gifts, I suppose it really depends on how pagany, how witchy you want to go with it, because you can start with things like mentioned a few minutes ago, like the idea of making candles. You can make any fragranced gift that relates to the Yuletide season. So anything orange and spiced is really good. You can go for homemade chutneys and soups and jams and all this kind of stuff, all the way up to making your own handmade books or art or anything. I think really when it comes to Yule gifts, often it's about the thought more than else. I find that when people are exchanging gifts for you, it's very much about the idea of it. It's about the energy of it rather than, say, the value of it or the kind of extravagance. Especially among pagans, I have met so many amazing people within have so little. And I find that in this community, a lot is drawn on authenticity and creativity and self expression. And I think they are all really important things if we're thinking about Yuletide gifts for people. When are you going to write a book? I'm actually about 70,000 words in as we speak. I have been working so hard the last month to write as much as humanly possible. So it's getting there. I'm not sure when it will be finished, but we're getting there slowly but surely. Have you ever fallen into a trance while reading? I do often. Oh, totally. Yeah. I will only really notice it though after maybe like an hour. I'll be reading and then all of a sudden I'll like snap back into it and be like, oh, I was totally not even paying attention to that. I have no idea what just happened. And I will have just been staring at a page for like an hour. So it's why I find it sounds it's so awful to think about it because it makes me feel like a toddler. But I often have to walk myself through a book. Like I have to read it out loud because if I'm reading it in my head, I find it so easy to slip into a trance that I end up never getting anywhere. It takes me so long. So I have to read every page of the book just to try to get from the start to the end. As some spirits and deities only visit our lives for a moment, if you'd made an altar for the deity, when do you know the deity is no longer working with you and it's okay to clear away their altar? I think maybe the best thing to do in this is to just ask, to reach out and just say, you know, I'm looking for a sign that you're still present, that you're still wanting to connect with me, whether this is through a divination reading, whether this is through trance or meditation or dreams or however you have previously engaged with them, and see if anything comes through. And if nothing does come through, then it's a case of saying, okay, I will leave it a couple more days. And if after that point nothing comes through, then it's time to dismantle. And just verbalize that. Just say that if you would ever like to work and connect with me again, feel free to reach out and I can put everything back again. But for the moment, it appears as though we've gone our separate ways. And so for now, I'm going to take a step back from this down. What do you think of spirits or something that imitates other people around you? Experienced a few times, but I don't feel scared or afraid. Maybe they are just there, not harmful and not. So yeah, I've had this fairly recently actually. Before Samhain, I was having weird activity. I spoke about this last month on the stream, including a baby monitor and hearing Cleo crying on the baby monitor when she's next to me and she's not crying. And it was essentially this mimicry that was happening. And at first I thought, you know, okay, well maybe it's just that I'm picking up somebody else's baby monitor. That's all it is. So I was sort of ignoring it for a while. And then all of a sudden I heard a man's voice on the baby monitor. And then I could hear Cleo at the same time. So this went on for a while, but I never felt particularly concerned about it. And in some ways, I think that it's almost an attention thing. So especially when it comes to electronics, that's a big one where it's a lot easier to manipulate because they have energy themselves. And so it's easier to interact with them, I suppose. But just from a reaction stance, perhaps you're more likely to engage with something if it sounds like you or your romantic partner or your mother or your child. Perhaps it's more likely that they will be able to get your attention by sounding like somebody that you care about. And I do understand in all of this that sometimes there are spirits that are very malefic who carry this out, especially when we're talking about sort of pixie leading, having you go away with the fairies and things like that. I think for the most part, it's an attention seeking behavior and really a very, very effective. Oh, hair color exaggerates your cheekbones in a way that's giving me Xena vibes. Suits you well. Thank you so much. That is a massive compliment. What I will say though is it's already growing out, and I am mad about it. Looks like I'm going bald. It's just the difference between my brown and the black is so stark that I look like I'm bald. I didn't do my parting very well, did I? Anyway, I'm gonna have to dye it again soon, I think. Just to make it work. Oh, thank you so much. Well, okay, but thank you. I have no question. I just wanted to try and send you a little something when I catch your live streams. Thank you so much. I'm chuckling because I'm at the gym. Oh, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I mean, I can't say I'm the most motivational person. Go, 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 push it. You could give birth at the same time, I suppose, technically, with that with that motivational speech. You can tell I'm not a gym goer. The gym scares the crap out of me. But props to anybody who does, because I'm not that brave. Where am I? I came across a round tarot deck that intrigues me. The direction of the cards it's facing may mean or past. Any thoughts on round decks? Oh, okay. So I have one deck in my collection that is round. Just one. And it is the Wild Unknown, not Spirit Animal, other one. Hang on. The Wild Unknown decks round. It's called the Archetypes Oracle, the Wild Unknown Archetypes Oracle. And it is beautiful, right? Absolutely gorgeous. But Yeah, worst motivational speech ever. Oh, totally and completely the worst one. Um, it's the Archetypes deck, and it's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Except they are so, so hard to pull. And maybe this is just me having small little hands and not being able to actually like fully wrap my hand around the deck. I cannot shuffle them to save my life. I'm shuffling, cards are just rolling out, and it's not even like jumper cards, it's just me being bad at shuffling. And so then you sort of have to do this approach on a table, you know, like kids playing Snap. And then I sort of just gave up on them. And really, maybe I need to do an updated card, like deck list, because some of my decks have gone way, way up and some of them have gone so far down. And that's one that's gone really far down just because it's so hard to shuffle. And I find there's no consistency in the direction. That's not to say that you are also not going to like a deck that's round. I think it's just something to consider. I can't shuffle them either, but I am bad at shuffling, so that's a fair enough point to be honest. I've gotten quite good at shuffling over the years, but for whatever reason, cards everywhere, and not in a fun way, in a now I have to pick them up again, shit, one just rolled under the sofa, that kind of a way. I much prefer sort of the consistency of knowing that a card is either upright, reversed, or it's sideways. And I find that the round decks just sort of lose that for me a little bit. I think it depends on whether you enjoy reading reversals. I think they're probably better for people who don't read any directions at all, just because it can be so, so random. Shame though. I would love maybe a deck that is like a hexagon or octagonal that gives you flat surfaces that you can hold, because then you sort of get the concept of having multiple directions, but just with the consistency of actually being able to shuffle them. Right, let's have a look. Where am I? I'm gonna. Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna have to refresh it again for a minute. I'm currently moving. Is there anything I can do spell wise for my house? Should I cleanse, leave offerings, etc.? I suppose it depends on whether this is a house you're moving into or a house that you're moving out of. If you know that if you're moving out of the home, I'd say perhaps it's a good idea to take any spirits with you. So if you know that you have been working with spirits in that home, whether they are house spirits, whether they are servitors, whether they are familiars, or maybe it's just spirits that are just around that you've been working with, it might be worth asking, do I want them to come with me? Do they want to come with me? Giving them the option, giving them a vessel to transport them in, and then taking them with. And once you have got those spirits into that safe environment, you can then cleanse that space to remove excess energy. If you're moving into a space, my best advice is to always wait and see. And I know that so many people like cleanse a house completely before they even, but a lot of the time you're never going to know what spirits and energies are there already until you've had a chance to experience it, and until those spirits have had an opportunity to become a well. Sometimes spirits don't want to come out to people that they don't know. And so it will give them a little bit of a chance to relax with new people in that environment and perhaps come forwards. Perhaps they would like to work with a practitioner, or perhaps they'd rather just be left alone, and you're not going to know their place in that property and a bit of time there. And so typically I would suggest people wait a week, sometimes a month, a couple of months, depending on how comfortable you feel in a property before doing anything. You may wish to leave some offerings for the house and the spirits within it when you move in, but I wouldn't necessarily consider doing any cleansings until you've spent at least a week there, just to get an idea of the energies in that space, because you might find you don't need to do a cleansing, or you might think that actually a cleansing would be very negative for the other spirits that are currently present, and you're not necessarily going to know that until you've spent a bit of time there. Right. I'm heavily drawn to the herbal side of witchcraft and green witch, and being a green witch, what are your views and knowledge of this? So, green witchcraft is one of those topics that just draws so many people in, and for good reason. It's highly adaptable. You can incorporate green witchcraft in kitchen witchcraft, you can incorporate green witchcraft in fire magic because of the incense aspect. Your own oils and incenses, teas and bath potions, all manner of different things. And you can also work and connect with the plant spirits as well as their magical properties. And so, so many people are drawn to craft for that exact reason. Highly adaptable, deeply rooted in nature, and also just very organic. It's something that you can change and adapt depending on seasons, your location, the things that you particularly feel drawn to. I know that there are so many books on green witchcraft. Probably the one, where is it? So I'll actually grab a few. One of them is actually down here that I can recommend, and that is this one. This is Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. I've spoken about this one before, but it just goes over so many different plants, their magical properties, and the like. So if I were to just pick one of them, so say jasmine, gender female, planet moon, element water, powers, love, money, and prophetic dreams. Dried jasmine flowers are added to sachets and other love mixtures. They will attract a spiritual as opposed to physical love. The flowers will also draw wealth and money if carried, burned, or worn. Jasmine will also cause prophetic dreams if burned in the bedroom, and the flowers are smelled to induce sleep. And there are so many like this. Marjoram, gender masculine, planet Mercury, element air, powers, protection, love, happiness, health, and money. Marjoram is used in love spells and is also added to food to strengthen love. Carried, it is protective, as it is when placed in the house, a bit in each room and renewed each. Grown in the garden, it offers shielding powers against. Violets and marjoram mixed together are worn during the winter months as an amulet against colds. Given to the depressed person, marjoram brings happiness. It is also used in money mixtures and sachets. So this one contains just all of that sort of information. It's a little bit old school because it's from the 90s, but I still use it to this day. There are other ones though. There's one up here that I think merges quite a few aspects of green, which is this one. So there are others. So there's a few books. Well, there's at least one that's good by Aaron Murphy Hiscock on green witchcraft. I prefer the green witchcraft book though to the house witch one. I personally don't rate the house witch one. But there's this series. This is Green Witchcraft, Folk Magic, Fairy Lore, and Herbcraft by Anne Mora. Now there's about 5 of these now. I think I have maybe 3 of them in my collection. And they merge together aspects of the craft. So this one is the first one. So this is book 1. I actually got this really early on in my practice. This is one of the first books that I purchased. Yeah, 2003. Yeah, this is one of the first books that I purchased. This one, I did add others on later. Learn the basics of witchcraft from a 3rd generation witch raised in a family tradition. Positive, practical, and easy to use, Green Witchcraft brings together the best of both modern Wicca and the author's family heritage in herbcraft and folk magic. It explores the fundamentals of the Wiccan religion, providing magical training for the independent Wicca, step-by-step instructions on a wide variety of magical teachings, basic rules of conduct, rituals of self-initiation, rites of passage, seasonal celebrations, yada yada yada. Basically a book from the early 2000s, right? Same sort of principle. But it covers so many different ways of adapting things. So in here, for instance, this entire page and the next one is on teas for divination, psychic healing, love, meditation, purification, relaxation, ways of utilizing green witchcraft in a very practical sense, which I think is so important because so often we read about things but don't necessarily know how to actively apply them. I like that this one is sort of a combination. So just here we have symbolism for divination in this section here, where it goes into what it means if you see certain things in dreams. So if you see an acorn, that's youth, strength, start, a small start for large accomplishment. It just goes through different things like that. And that's why I think green witchcraft is so interesting, because it does sort of have its tendrils in loads of different types of magic. Just a really, really good place to start kind of build up. Oh yeah, you definitely need more than just one book, especially the Scott Cunningham one. I think if you want to go dive way deep into it, you need to have more than one. But I do think it's a consistent place to start. And at the back, there's like 1,000 books in the bibliography. Like, I just so bibliography. If I just get my screen up again so you can see, bibliography is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16 pages of bibliography, which is actually so good when you just of a book this size to have 16 solid pages of bibliography is much more than I expect from most books on the topic. And if I just find the bit about cinnamon. So cinnamon, gender masculine, planet sun, element fire, deities Venus and Aphrodite, powers spiritual, success, healing powers, psychic powers, lust, protection, love. Cinnamon oil was used as part of a holy anointing oil by the ancient Hebrews. The leaves of the cinnamon tree were woven into wreaths, which would decorate ancient Roman temples. The Egyptians used cinnamon oil during processes. When burned as an incense, it raises high spiritual vibrations, aids in healing, draws money, simulates psychic powers, and produces protective vibrations. Cinnamon is also used in making sachets and infusions for this purpose. But the one thing I will say about this book is that sometimes I don't think enough consistent warnings are given. Because, for instance, cinnamon, when burned as an incense, is also highly irritating. Cinnamon is a natural irritant. It will cause inflammation if you have asthma, small children, pets, or any conditions that make breathing difficult. Cinnamon is going to exacerbate all of those problems. And so I do think that other books are useful alongside, just to make sure. Same with like the recognizing the plant. These illustrations are not necessarily detailed enough to be able to say specifically that you are dealing with devil's shoestring versus anything else. And so I would recommend having other books alongside it to make sure that you are getting the right medicinal safety, because just because you're not using a plant for medicinal properties doesn't mean that it doesn't have negative physical qualities if you do accidentally and have it touch your skin, consume it. I just totally got stuck on that word. So I do say, have some other things as well. Have probably a herbalism guide, and also have a look for an identification guide as well. I think those two are really, really important whenever we're dealing with plant magic in any variety. Not even joking, the pile of books next to me is becoming actually obscene. it is massive. Okay, let's have a look, see where. Have you got any events coming up? And did you have a nice Halloween? So I actually just did my last event of the season last weekend. So thank you everybody who, if anybody came and saw me at that event, yeah, that's my last show of the season. I'm in the process of starting to plan my events for next year, so they'll all go on the website after I've sort of made my preparations. I'm hoping to do a few more outside events. That would be really interesting. So if anybody has any outside events, let me know, because I'd love to do more of those. They're my favorite events to do. I like having more space. So yeah, I'll let everybody know when I have a bit more information. But there's a few events I've done this year that I will be repeating again. If you at them, you will no doubt know which ones I'm talking about. So yeah, that would be good if I can do those again and then add more outdoor ones in. I love the outdoor events, they're just so much fun. And in terms of Halloween, I had such a chill Halloween. It was just Cleo, I, and my partner, we watched The Witches, we watched Hocus Pocus, we had a takeout. It was all good fun. I love Halloween, and I just love getting to just chill. I know that, like, I talk about the Sabbats a lot, and I love the Sabbats, and I love celebrating them. I don't actually very often celebrate them when I should be celebrating them. I celebrate them much more as a season, especially because of Halloween and Christmas. Because I was brought up in a household that celebrates Christmas, and so I tend to celebrate Yule as a season rather than a set day, except obviously for the sunrise at Stonehenge. And the same for Samhain. For me, it's very much that build up to the season rather than like the set event. I did try to carve pumpkins, so went pumpkin picking with Cleo, and she decided she didn't like plastic tarp, like tarpaulin, and just she was barking every time she saw a piece of tarp, which was basically everywhere on this fruit farm, and she was just throwing like a temper tantrum every single time she saw a piece of tarp. And then she started barking at the pumpkins because she wasn't convinced about pumpkins. And I have to remember that she is tiny, so no wonder she didn't like a pumpkin because they're huge. And we got some pumpkins, and I was planning on carving them on Halloween. So I had one in the back of my car. I picked it up and put my thumb straight through it because it had all rotten on the inside. And now the boot of my car is full of pumpkin juice. So not the best, but you know what? I at least tried. I tried to carve pumpkins even if it didn't necessarily go to plan. Right, let's. How long should you leave an offering out for, and what is the best way to dispose of perishable offerings? So, generally speaking, I would leave food and drink offerings out for 24 hours. I wouldn't necessarily go past that point, especially food. I think strong alcohols, water can be left out for longer. But if we're talking like tea, coffee, milk-based products, or food, I think that's probably 24, maximum 48 hours, but really I'd say 24 hours. And then it's about composting as best as possible, making sure that it goes to places where it can break down um, as naturally as possible and not just end up sort of buried in a landfill if possible. Whether that's like we have food waste bins here in the UK where you put your food in a food waste bin and then they take it to a special place where they process it, or you can like compost it at home, that kind of thing. If it's liquids, you can always return it to the earth. So for instance, if it's water, then you can give it to a tree or tip it on a plant, you know, something where it returns it back into the cycle again. But yeah, typically 24 hours, especially for like milk based products in warm environments, it's just not going to be nice after that point. Right. Have you read Utterly Wicked by Dorothy Morrison? And if so, what are your thoughts? So, yes, if it's the book I am thinking of, I will say that it draws rather heavily on traditions that may be considered closed. So that's just something to bear in mind if it's the book that I am remembering. And the sad bit about books like this is there's so few of them that I wish there were more books on the topic just in general, because I think. But yeah, I'd say use as inspiration draw. Personally, I wouldn't necessarily do anything directly out of the book, but then I would say the same thing about every spell book out there. I think you're going to use a book that contains spells, use it to draw inspiration from, and then adapt it based off other information that you have, information that you research, whether or not those practices want or should carry out yourself, whether you feel it has a place in your tradition or not, whether you feel comfortable with it or not, and take those inspirations and apply them into aspects of your craft that you feel works really well for you. I typically apply that same advice with all spell books anyway. Righty. Right. I'm somewhere over here. Have you read or do you have any thoughts on the book Spiral Dance by Starhawk? You know what? I have actually never read this book. And I really should. If I can find a copy, I'm hoping to go to Glastonbury again soon-ish. We'll see. And if I can find a copy, I will give it a read. So many books draw on the information in the Spiral Dance that I feel I need to read the original source material because I suspect so many of the books that I already have in my collection are going to draw so heavily from it, and I just had no idea. Do you have any rituals for welcoming a new deck into your collection? So usually I will open a deck. Now, if it is secondhand, I will usually already have sort of an idea of what's going on there. But if it's a new deck, I will typically open it and I'll have a look through cards. I'll have a look at which stand out to me, where the artwork really shines compared to others. Do I actually have a deck around here that I can go with? I do have this one. So I will, that one's gonna fall, there we go. So I will usually take a deck and I will start off, guidebook goes to one side, and the first thing I'll do is I will go through the cards and I'll see what sort of stands out to me. Any cards that are, oh wow, that one's really pretty. Look at that. Oh, I can't even get close because as soon as I do that, it goes blurry. That's really pretty. So I'll go through and I'll maybe take a note of cards that are particularly interesting to me, things that stand out, like, oh, that's so pretty with the moon. Beautiful. Once I've done that and I've sort of gone through the different names of the cards and I can get an idea of what I like and what I don't like about the deck, I will then put the deck to one side and I'll start looking through the guidebook. And I find that this is the most interesting bit for me anyway, because you get to see how the cards are meant to be used. And then I completely disregard all of it. I will then hold that deck and I'll get an idea of what the energy is like. Do I like it? Do I not like it? What's going on here? Is there any energy that I don't particularly like? Sometimes if you can feel that there's energy on that deck of cards and you're like, I don't like something about that and I don't know what it is, I will go through every single card. So I will pick a card out, hold it, sense the energy and go, okay, it's not that one, put it down. Next one, sense the energy, it's not you, put it down. If I then pick one up and I'm like, oh, it is you, then it's then about deciding what I do with that. If I put it to one side and I feel all the other cards and not a single one of them is a problem, I won't typically cleanse all of the deck because really all of the deck isn't the problem. It would say, this is just an example, this card feels fine, but like it would just be this card that's the problem. Then I would go about doing any cleansings that I need to do on it, whether that's smoke cleansing, whether I pull the energy out of it like this. This is typically how I will do it. You push your energy into a card, pull it to the surface, then you just pull the energy out and you get rid of it. Pull that energy out until it feels normal again. Put it back into the deck, shuffle, see how the deck feels. If the deck feels fine, you don't need to do any more cleansing on that deck. But if the deck feels not convinced, then go through again and see if there's any other cards that you need to with. Once that's done, I will then go about spending time with those cards. But if you feel as though it's the deck as a whole that's a problem, then give that deck a cleanse and see how it feels after that point. Once I've done with that, then I will start doing my shuffling. So typically I shuffle for me. So I will shuffle based off my birth number. So to figure this out, you add up your entire date of birth. So all of the numbers involved. So say you were born on like the 15th of January 1977. I'm never going to remember that. Do 1 plus 5, 6, 0, nothing, 1, 7, plus 1, 8, plus, plus 9, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 14, 15, 16, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Right, so you get to 31, and then you want to reduce it down to be a single number. So you add 3 and 1 together, that gives you 4, and then that's how many times you shuffle. So I will typically hold the deck, and I will shuffle all the way through the cards. Once, twice, 3 times, and one more for 4 times. If you want to read reversals, this is the point where you split the deck. Reversals by flicking them together and then continue the process. When you feel you've done it enough 4 times, so you can do this 4 times 4 if you want to, You would then stop, and then you can decide whether you want to split that deck or not. So you might feel drawn, like you might pull the cards apart like this and be like, you know what, that one is really important. So you might leave this top half behind and you might start shuffling from that. And you might do 3 cards, but if your birth number is 4, you might do 4 cards. Have a look at what those cards are and what they mean. And that then gives you sort of a baseline idea for how those cards are going to feel and how you're going to connect with them. You can do the same technique where you split it based on your birth number. You don't have to do that, but that's just the way I do it. And then you ask the deck questions. What kind of readings are you going to assist me with? And then if I just pull out a random card, let's say this one, so Page of Earth, this might be that deck is relating to workings for yourself. There's a singular person on that card, so it might just be that this card deck will work particularly with individual, perhaps on earthly matters. So it might not be super great for working with particular deities or spirits, but because you've got that earth energy, maybe it's something that more relates to the things that are happening here and now, the physical places. You know, are you willing to help me with divination with spirits and see what comes out? And then here, so you've got the moon here, which may be related to kind of spiritual forces. And so you can sort of do an interview almost with the cards that way. If you want to, sometimes I'll do this. It depends on how connected I feel with the deck at the time. You can have them under your pillow, under your bed to connect with them that way, to really link energy together. And sometimes, depending on how the deck feels, I'll put a crystal on the top. So you'll see it with my Wheel of the Year tarot. I have a selenite crystal placed on top, and that's because primarily I use it for doing like community. And so I like making sure that the energy is consistent every single time I do that reading by giving it kind of a reset every single time, so that it isn't giving me kind of warped things in between. That's really an optional. I mean, all of it's optional. You could just get a card deck out of the box and just start reading it like nothing was happening, you know? It just depends on what you feel most comfortable with in your craft. So maybe refresh. Oh, thank goodness. I've seen some people on social media talking about enchanting their names, so when people talk about them, it brings them prosperity. Do you think this is just a TikTok trend or something that can be done? Okay, so this one is perhaps an unusual one. And I think it very much depends on your style of practice. So names have power. But typically, what people are referring to when they say that names have power are true names or names of particular spirits. So, a particular demon will have a name that once you know it, it allows you to have power over them. The Fae will very rarely tell you their name because by telling you their name, it gives you authority. Servitors can be created or destroyed based off the name given to them. Names hold significance, but our names that we have in this lifetime are often not as significant as things like true names. A name that is attached to the energy of your existence. This part of yourself that has existed since the beginning of time has a name, and that is a true name. And so I do think that you could enchant it in a way. But I also think it's important to bear in mind that I'm sure that there are 15,000 Susan Browns on Earth. You know, I think it really depends on how common your name is and how many times you are linking it to you as an individual. So not just linking it to the words in the name itself, but actually linking it to the person that is attached to that name, if that makes sense. It's an extra step added on. So I don't think it's necessarily only a TikTok thing. Do I think it has probably been perpetuated by TikTok because it seems really cool? Yes. Do I think that most people who do this will actually put the links in order to link directly to them and not just to the name? Probably not. But there's definitely ways of doing it, and there are definitely people out there who would do it. So it's one of those where I think actually most things that come from TikTok have its basis in real magical craft. It's just often that they get altered and they get shared in a way that's different to other. Yeah. Okay. Where am I? Have you worked with the Morrigan before? I actually haven't, no, but I was asked about the Morrigan at last weekend's event. And I've never really thought about the Morrigan before that point, I'm going to be really honest. But now I'm starting to do a bit more research, not for my own like personal practice, but just out of curiosity because it's like so many people are being drawn to the Morrigan right now in a way that I've not noticed previously. Ooh, it would be amazing to have a longer video where you sit down and sense energy from all the different types of crystals you own and describe what they feel like. I wonder if we feel things. That's actually a really interesting idea. If anybody would be interested in something like that, let me know. It's a video that would probably do so bad on YouTube, but also exactly the kind of video that I would watch because I watch the weirdest things. So, yeah, maybe I'll have to do that. Do you work with the sun as opposed to the moon, which is generally more common in your practice, or are neither very prominent? I'm going to be really honest and say that neither of them are particularly prominent, mostly because, and I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, I'm sure that have, but when you look into traditional witchcraft, there is nowhere near as heavy an emphasis on planetary bodies and solar and lunar magic as there is in ceremonial traditional practices or Wicca. Now, I suspect that this is for a very, very simple reason, and that is that the everyday folk person didn't really know about the planets super well. They were concerned about whether they had food to put on the table or whether little Timmy was going to die of typhoid. Like, I reckon that most people were not really paying attention to the stars and the planets in the way that high class ceremonial magicians were paying attention to the planets. Their education was on a totally different level. Their concerns in life were very, very different. And so when you're looking at traditions like Wicca, which often draws on ceremonial practices as well as adapted folk traditions, you do often find a more heavy significance on the sun and the moon as dualistic energies than you see in typical folk magic. And I think for the most part, it does come down to the simple fact that most folk magic was necessary for the time. It was curing illnesses, it was getting rid of warts, it was doing things that were necessary for survival, whereas a lot of ceremonial magic sort of went beyond that. They were trying to gain insight from spirits and deities and planetary bodies and the like. So yeah, exactly. The weather was a big impact, not Saturn. And so I tend to find that if you follow a more traditional witchcraft practice, you're likely to more connect with the seasons, the weather, the temperature, than you are necessarily the sun and the moon. That doesn't mean like that people don't include it, but I just find that it's not as heavily emphasized. So I used to work really heavily with lunar energy. And it's still a really wonderful energy to connect with. If I can catch a full moon, then fantastic. If it lines up with when I'm doing a working, all the better. But I tend to not go out of my way to work with a particular planetary or cosmic energy. I typically stick with the more common common energies, which sounds horrible, but it's just a different technique working with. Please don't refresh. Okay. I've just got a giant yellow band going across saying ever. Oh, well, that's intimidating. Let's hope that that is not a massive problem. Fingers crossed. Would you ever consider doing a book club on Patreon? And be one book for 3 months? Pressure. Oh, okay, actually. See, I've always associated with book clubs as being like this thing that you have to do. Like every single month, we sit down and we talk about a book, and that's like so intimidating because it takes me forever to read. But yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to doing a Patreon book club for something like that, you know, where we do 4 books a year, and it just gives people who have like really busy jobs or lots of commitments, or perhaps their carers, like, and me, who's just a really freaking slow reader, the chance to kind of keep up with that book. Yeah, I'm sure that we could do like that. I don't know how we would do the book clubbiness of it. I'm gonna have to look up how people run book clubs because that sounds like a cool thing to do. Um, if we were to do that, what kind of books would you want to sort of see? Would you want to be, and this can be answered by anybody, would you want it to be like mostly focused on traditional witchcraft? Would you want us to bounce between loads of different topics? Like anybody who's on my Patreon, let me know. Anybody who's not on my Patreon who just fancies the idea of checking something out, let me know, because yeah, I obviously am at the minute, especially, am primarily focusing on sort of traditional witchcraftiness. And also, it would definitely need to be books that are accessible. Like some of the books in my collection are just, you can't get hold of them anymore, and I don't even think they're in print. So yeah, we'd have to sort of figure out a way of doing it that accommodated everybody in that regard. So yeah, if you're on Patreon, feel free to like send me a message with books that you think would be cool, and we can see what we can do, because that would be really nice. I love the idea of doing it. I've just never thought that I would be able to do it. Right. Did you feel a Oh, would you recommend Psychic Witch for every beginner witch? Yeah, pretty much, to be honest. Psychic Witch is one of those books where whether you want to work with psychic abilities or not, whether you want to work with ceremonial magic or folk magic, it's one of those books that covers all of the practices that I wish I'd been taught at the very start, and instead I just sort of had to gather up as I went. And I think that that is so powerful that even as a more advanced practitioner, I think people can have something beneficial to get out of Psychic Witch, just because it takes us back to those like foundational practices. Do you have a recommendation for the size of a crystal ball? So when it comes to crystal balls, a little bit like when working with candles, I think go with the largest size to fit your budget and your use. So if you are a new practitioner and perhaps you don't have a lot of money to be throwing around, going for a glass ball that is a bit smaller in size is probably a more reasonable starting point. If you are already quite accustomed to scrying, but you've never used a crystal ball before, you might want to be going for a small crystal ball that is perhaps in a particular stone. Clear quartz is really good for this, so a lot of people will go for clear quartz. That's a lot more expensive than a glass crystal ball, but you also already know that you're going to use it more than somebody who has never done any scrying and has never used a ball before. If you have a much bigger budget, but perhaps don't know anything about scrying, you can go for a bigger glass ball. Or if you're really, really proficient, you can go for a massive quartz crystal ball. You can get some absolute huge ones out there. It really just depends on what what you feel is necessary at this point in time in your practice. I mean, if you're new to scrying, I would even recommend skip the crystal ball and do candle scrying and do scrying, because those are things that I think are a kind of an entryway into the practice without having to spend a lot of money to start off with, just so you can figure out whether or not it's something you even in the first place. I keep forgetting that I have to sit. I'll I'll get there. Okay, let's have a look. Trick is to get enough people in the book club to actually read the book for a good quality discussion. That's very true. That is important. So what we'd have to do is we'd sort of have to maybe plan it in advance, see how many people would even be interested, because I am also a passive patron. I will support people on Patreon, but I don't often like actively engage with them. I just enjoy them. So I'd have to sort of figure out how many people would actually want involved, and then find books that are accessible to them. That's audiobooks, digital books, you know, that sort of stuff. I think it would be a while in the planning, but I think that that would maybe help. How long is slow chat? That's, I think it might be 30 seconds. I think it was because at the start we had, not the start of this stream, but the start of the streams, we had a massive problem with people like spamming, like message after message after message. So I think slow chat is every 30 seconds. I think. Did you feel called to Bridget and Ceridwen, or did you seek them out? So I actually have an entire video on this, and it's been quite a while, so I'm hoping that I can, you know how like over time memories start warping, start forgetting what happened and what you're just remembering happened. So I did a video much closer to time on it, but it was like 2014 to 2016 ish. I'll be honest, those 2 years blur together. All I know is it was the year that I went to Glastonbury, went into Starchild for the first time as an adult. So good. And I remember the entire lead up to it. I had these names in my head. I had like Bridget, Ceridwen, Bridget, Ceridwen, over and over and over again. And it was during spellwork and stuff, and I had no idea what it was related to. And I was like, it'll probably just go away, it's fine. And then I walked into Starchild, and this is Starchild in Glastonbury before they moved onto the high street, which, as far as I'm concerned, was a massive mistake, because their original store was absolutely incredible. The best store I've ever been to in my entire life. Since they've moved, not the same. Gotta admit, Starchild, it is not the same. Anyway, their original shop had this gorgeous wooden door. It was just incredible. You would go in, and to the left, there was a large, and I don't think I have any video of the inside of Starchild before it moved, large wall of loose incenses. And I'd spent this entire time having like Bridget, Ceridwen in my head over and over and over again. And I walked in and I looked at this wall of incenses, and there were two goddesses on this wall of incenses that stood out to me. And that was Bridget, Ceridwen. And then from that point onwards, they were the goddesses I worked with. My connection with Ceridwen started sort of, well, not even sort of, totally differently. But with my goddesses, that's how it came through, was that sort of a connection. Right. Do you think the colour of a candle actually impacts its function in a spell? I think that the colour of the candle can influence the way that our energy is directed. But you can have just as much success with a white candle with strong intention as you can with a color candle with weak intention. Like, it's, if anything, you're going to have a better working with a plain tiny candle that's just white with really strong energy and intention than somebody who is doing a large complex working with very little energy. They're not truly focused on the working, they don't really want to manifest it, but everything is in the appropriate color. I think really it just depends on how you connect with your energy. Some people really love the visuals of it, and in some cases they even love the drama of it. Is the name psychodrama? Is that what it's called? But it's the ritual acts that in themselves have no purpose other than to set the scene. Some people really enjoy that. Some people love working with the colours, and they find that colours help them to focus more on their intention. And I think that's really the focus of this. It's do whatever is going to allow you to better focus on the intention of that working. For some people, that will be lighting coloured candles. For other people, that's having certain music playing. It might be wearing ritual clothes. It's just about finding what allows you to direct your energy more efficiently. So I really enjoy working with coloured candles because especially if you're using a similar style of candle, just in a different working, then it's it allows me to better focus on the specific working that I'm doing. So for instance, if I was using two votive candles in two different workings, I was doing them on the same night, then I find that having the colour allows me to more easily differentiate the energy that I'm meant to be tapping into if I'm getting distracted by other things. But equally, if you have enough focus, a white candle is totally, or if you're using like beeswax candles, just a neutral coloured beeswax candle. Right, I am somewhere on this page that isn't loading. Aha, there we go, it loaded. I got interested in traditional witchcraft. What books do you recommend for beginner? I'm sure I've answered this question at the very, very start, didn't I? I think I've probably already answered this. And if that's the case, does that mean that the chat is bouncing around again? Oh my goodness, I think the chat is bouncing around again. No way. These are all the ones from the start. What is happening? That's the one about the golem, and that's the one about reversals, and that's the one about Annabelle. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Okay. Hey, but if it's skipping around, then maybe that means that I will get back all of the questions that it lost. Gotta say, maybe it's a good thing. I'm gonna take it as being a good thing. Are the guidebooks in starter tarot decks good and helpful? And how often should I do a tarot reading? I got my first deck recently. So, if we're talking about sort of the books that go into a tarot deck, so say I'm using this one as an example, this is the Tarot of the Sorceress, they will typically have a guidebook in it like this. Books like this are fairly useful because, especially if your deck doesn't look like the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, which tends to be sort of the, I don't want to say gold standard, but it's sort of the most commonly found book, not book, deck that books focus on. I think that these books that come inside are very useful because the cards, especially, say, you know that card that I pulled out earlier that I thought was really interesting? It's called The Card That Has No Name. That is not necessarily directly relating to a card in the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. And so you could get a general book on tarot reading and find that it doesn't really allow you to connect with the cards of your particular deck, especially if the deck is in nature. So maybe they have totally different suits, maybe they have additional cards, things like that. So for that reason, it's useful to flick through and get an idea of what each of the cards means so that you have a better idea of where to build on with your intuitive reading. What I would say though is if you really want to deep dive into tarot, get a book on beginner tarot reading, like a 101 guide. They usually focus on the Rider-Waite-Smith system, which is a particular deck that the majority of mainstream modern decks are based on. I'm not going to say all because it definitely but the majority of them are based on the Rider-Waite-Smith system. And because of that, you can have one book and you can relate it to lots of other decks. They also usually go over the deeper meaning, the symbolism, the different ways that you use the deck. And then from there, it's about building up your own reading style, your own intuition and things from just practice with the cards. When it comes to when to read, how often to read, it's very much personal practice, and it's also going to depend on how you engage with. So this is something that I know that I've mentioned before because I do think it's really important. If you know that you are the kind of person who has the potential to rely too heavily on things, now that thing could be support of other people. It could be therapy, it could be alcohol, it could be more than that, it could be the comforting repetition of OCD. You know, if you are the kind of person who finds you often lean on things quite heavily, then you may find that reading more sparingly is the better option, because what you don't want is to be in a position where you feel as though you cannot make decisions without the deck of cards. You could plan this to be every 3 months, so you do a reading 4 times a year. You might do it just at the Sabbath, so you do it 8 times a year. You might do it every month, 12 times a year, or every other week, or every week, or every few days. It ultimately depends on what you need the reading for. But what I will say is you might want to do loads of readings at the start. So you might want to do single card draws, shuffle the deck, take a card out, see what you interpret that card to be, and then look at the meaning of that card in a book. Rinse, repeat every single day. Have a diary, write it down, the date, the card, what you thought it meant, what the card actually meant. That's how I learned to read tarot. And it's still something I fall back on to this day if I've ever spent quite a while without it and I want to refresh my memory. Once you've got past that point, you then might want to be doing a reading every couple of days or so. And then just as and when you see fit. And try, if you notice it anyway, to ease back if you're finding you won't make a decision without the assistance of. Because then, as somebody who has experienced this, and maybe I should actually do a full video, what happened and sort of the things that you might want to look out for. I don't want anybody to have to experience the same things I did with it. If you find yourself leaning too heavily on a deck, it is time to take a step back and sort of put things in place to sort of ease yourself away from it so you're not relying on it too heavily. Right. Oh, it's gone from being freezing in this room to being boiling. Absolutely boiling. Right. Bum, bum. When I already cast a home protection spell, is circle casting during spell work still needed? Okay, so let's get into the nitty gritty of this because I love this sort of topic. So, protection magic. I may or may not be working on something quite large regarding this, but when it comes to protection magic, do you still need a circle? This is where context massively matters, and it's why I think that nuance in witchcraft is so important. So, if you have strong home protections, do you need to cast a circle if you're performing spells in your home? That depends on the type of protections that you have, style of the working that you're carrying out, and the level of protection you feel like you need to be. So by that I mean some people don't really feel uncomfortable around spirits. They don't feel particularly at risk. They feel fairly okay with defending themselves or carrying out workings to counter spirits, and therefore they don't really feel that much protection is needed to feel comfortable. If you are particularly scared of spirits, you don't want to encounter any, you want to distance from them, then you might feel as though a lot more protections are needed for you to feel safe in that environment. And that really makes a difference, like first and foremost, just from a psychological perspective. The less safe you feel, the more on edge you're going to be, the less you're going to be paying attention to working, and the more likely it is that it's going to go wrong or fail, or energy is just going to pitter out. So I think that going off what you feel you need to be comfortable is a really good baseline, because then you can up it or reduce it as you see fit and as your practice goes on. So if you are a particularly nervous person around spirits, you might find that you really want lots and lots of protections to make you feel comfortable. And as time goes on, you might want to be reducing those protections down because you no longer feel you need that level of protection to feel. If you are performing very high energy spells, potentially those that call upon or summon spirits, then I would say yes, you probably need a circle, but not necessarily for the reason that you might be thinking. So if you have protections on your home, it's all of this sort of merges together, which is where it gets complicated. If the protections on your home are designed to keep all spirits out, then you're probably not going to be doing spirit work inside your house anyway. If you are going to be doing spirit work inside your house that involves spirits outside of that property, then you're going to need a circle, because in order to do this, you're going to have to bypass your own protections. So we talked about it a little bit in the mirror episode. Did I do a mirror episode or did I completely blank out? Liminal space episode, that's what it was. Where you're probably going to be bypassing them by creating an in-between, a liminality in your home where spirits are able to come and go, whether freely or whether not, depending on whether you are asking for something's assistance or whether you are forcibly summoning them into that space. That circle then becomes your safety measure. It becomes the difference between liminal space and your home. And so that in that instance, the circle is necessary. But if you are just doing divination, you're just doing a spell, a healing spell, or a good luck spell, or a prosperity spell, as long as you are inside that environment and you feel safe and you feel those protections are good, then you don't necessarily need a circle for protection. However, circles aren't only used for protection, they're used to contain energy. So if you feel as though you don't necessarily need it for protection, but you do struggle with your energy manipulation, you might still want that circle to be in place because it's going to act as a vessel. It's going to act as an environment where you can large amounts of energy gradually over time and then release it all in a go, which is really, really powerful for people who maybe struggle with energy manipulation and aren't necessarily able to raise and control energy in the way that you would perhaps want to. So just bear all of that in mind. Honestly, protection magic is such a complex topic, so much sort of going on, that it's very new answers. Right. Where am I? As we use candles to burn petitions, can we use water bowls for love-related spells on? I mean, you can basically mix all of the elements that you want with paper magic and get really positive results. It just depends, obviously, on the circumstances. So water could be for way things, it could be for things, it could be for the ebb and flowing energy where you want things to be drawn towards you. It to associate with lunar magic and all of the energy of the moon goddess if you do work with any moon goddesses. So you can really mix and match all of the elements with paper magic to make some really unique and interesting spells. Right. Right. I feel like I answered. Yes, I definitely have. So I'm going to try not to accidentally repeat any that I've already covered. So what is your favourite go-to spell to reconnect after burnout? Though I am a well-experienced practitioner, I'm sure some new witches would like to know as well. Much love, blessed. So I'm going to be really, really honest and say that I actually don't do spells when I'm experiencing burnout. In fact, I actually go totally the other way. And instead, I try to reconnect with the natural world instead. I find that when I'm experiencing burnout, usually it's because I've completely disconnected from the things that made my practice my practice. Whether I've completely pulled away from spirits, and usually I can tell when I'm experiencing burnout because I no longer sense and experience spirits. Just nothing happens. Whereas normally it does. And so that's kind of the warning sign for me that I'm reaching that point. And then it's about reconnecting with the natural world again, talking to the plant spirits, talking to the trees, walking into nature, connecting in that way, because I find that that is really the root of my practice. That's really where it all came from. And so for me, I tend to just shut out spells and rituals when I'm experiencing that and just retreat back to what works best. For me, anyway, I know that everybody is so different. Right. It makes it kind of tricky. Oh, it just jumped again. Wait. No, Pamela Grossman is true. She's so good. I came across her while looking and whom I met through you, thank you for your Grossman. Let's have a look-see. Okay. Website. Ooh, I've seen that one before. Wait. So I don't think I have read any of her books myself. So I'm not going to be able to definitively say whether good or not. Interesting. So I'm going to have to kind of have a look through. I have not read any of her work before. And so if anybody else has, I would love to know in the comments to see what people think. There are so many authors that I've totally missed the work of, whether it's because I just haven't felt drawn to any of their books or I've literally just totally missed them. I've never heard of her personally, but I have heard of some of her books, which I always find interesting because that usually means that a book has become particularly popular. I know that I have spoken about one of her books in one of my videos, the new release videos, which was Magic Maker, The Enchanted Path to Creativity. I spoke about this one because I vividly remember the cover because it was so interesting. And it looked really, really good. Creative people often speak of being channels for inspiration, while others refer to community. For many, this is more than mere metaphor, as artists throughout history have employed magical techniques to tap into their community, express powerful messages, and make contact with the sacred. The songwriting divination of David Bowie and the bewitching shapeshifting of Beyonce, to the Ouija board poetry sessions of Sylvia Plath and the abstract painting seances of Hilma Af Klint, the manifestation method of Octavia E. Butler, and the daily meditation of Lynch. Mystical practices have been responsible for generating some of the world's most beloved creations. While there are many books on creativity out there, none of them examines the specific ways that magic has been embraced by creative visionaries throughout history, nor do they explore how makers can start using these methods in processes. I remember reading that and thinking, oh my goodness, that sounds absolutely incredible. I still haven't picked it up though because I have so many books still on my to be read pile. So I might have to pick that one up and give it a read because I'm gonna be honest, that one looks really, really good. And if I do get it, I'll have to let you know. I have a line on my face? I'll have to let you know how it is. Oh, it's not a line. It was a hair that just looks like a line on my face. Don't mind me being daft. Right, let's go into here. Oh, it's jumped again. Oh, YouTube be doing some weird things. Really, really weird things. Oh no. How are the spirits in your house getting along with Cleo and vice versa? There's been some really, really weird activity that I spoke about in the last live stream. I have a bit of an update actually, which I was planning on posting on Patreon, and I think I might have lost the footage, so I need to find that. But for the most part now, it's really calmed down again. I think upset wasn't necessarily because Cleo was there, and it was more just that Cleo was an ideal target. But maybe that's the wrong wording, but she was a really good way of getting my attention. And so now that it's all settled down again, we've not had anything strange happen. Though I do notice that she occasionally stares into dark alleys and things like that at night, which I always think is really, really bizarre. But I'm assuming she's just found a rat or a mouse or a spirit of a murder victim. I don't know. And honestly, sometimes I just want to keep walking. I'm like, come on, Cleo, keep walking. We don't want to disturb anything. And just keep going. So far, everything's really settled down again, which is fantastic for me. If I want to commune with my late father's spirit, will I disturb his peace? Will he not care at all? Will he remember his time and waking like me or not? And that is one that is very, very difficult because truly we have no real idea what happens after death. There are many people who have loved ones come back to them and will commune with them, and yet there are others whose family members don't seem to be listening or engaging in the same way. Is that because they are in a different place? Is it because they found peace? Is it because they still need time? We really don't know. Guessing game. So it's really about asking if he is willing to come back and cocoon temporarily and seeing what you get through. And if not, then it might be a case of giving it some more time, trying a different technique, or a case of leaving it and just letting him be at that point. It's very difficult though, because every person is so unique in life, and it seems as though the same is very much true. When reading witchy books, do you find yourself writing and annotating books? Take notes. I do both and find myself moving books so slow, but I internalize info way better. So I never write in books. So I personally love an annotated book, as in like I have some books in my collection where the previous owner has like underlined things and like written in the margins, and I always think that that is, I just think that's so interesting. I love seeing other people's like what they feel is particularly important in a book. I personally won't do that though because I'm so scared of damaging books, so I just don't. But I do take copious amounts of notes. Usually I I must sound absolutely bananas when I'm doing it because I usually dictate into a notes app, but as I'm reading, I am either incredibly passionately excited about the book that I'm reading, or I am viscerally disgusted and fumingly angry. And so my annotation notes, that like my notes that I do in the voice app, very aggressively. And so sometimes I'll be like for instance, there was one book that was it was meant to be describing like baneful magic, and instead it spent the entire book basically shitting on anybody who would even consider it. And I was like talking into my voice app like, oh my god, I cannot believe that this book would even consider this. What an awful book to be written about. And it's just like piles and piles and piles of paragraphs of me just viscerally shitting on this book. And then at the end, I read through all of my notes and I condense it down to like 5 lines of sort of vaguely neutral context. And that's sort of how my book reading goes, is that it is like massive annotations, and then for a review video I'll just condense it down into like tiny little sections. Because for me, reading is already so slow. If I don't write down my thoughts on a book, I will remember the information that was useful and forget literally everything else. And so for me to then do videos where I have to like talk about my favorite books on a topic, I have to write it down, because otherwise I would just totally forget what was happening. I'm trying really hard not to sneeze. Right, where I am. Somewhere over here. Oh, might be somewhere around here. I feel left out when it comes to visualization and how much people prescribe it in witchcraft. I have aphantasia, blind mind's eye. Any books to recommend to develop my other abilities, or what to do? So this is just something that I recommend anyway, right? I've got a hair that is like tickling. Like I can feel it. I have met, I'm not saying that this is you in this instance, I want to really emphasize that. I have met a lot of people who feel as though they can't visualize. But then when you further explain visualization, they go, oh, wait, I do that. It just wasn't what I was thinking. Now, I'm not saying that's you in this situation, but what I often think is that a lot of people have a preconceived notion of what visualization is. And then when they can't match that in their own practice, they feel broken. And I think that's such a shame. So the best way I can describe visualization is, if you are reading a book, how does that book come through to you? So for some people, it's like watching a movie. For other people, they get sort of vague images of the characters. For others, you just know what the book is about, but you don't see any pictures. However you daydream in a car when you went a long car journey as a child, or when you're lying in bed and you can't go to sleep so you start imagining stories, however that comes through to you is visualization. So for some people, for a lot of people, if you were watching a man run alongside your car as a child, or like you were imagining like Peter Pan flying outside your window, or I used to imagine somebody on roller skates, like going as fast as the car was going, and they would like jump over hedges and jump over fences and like fly over buildings. Like that's something I vividly remember from being a child. And so my visualization comes through in the exact same way. So for some people, if they're reading a book, they can see it as a movie inside their head, and they sometimes forget that they're even reading because it's playing out. Whereas for other people, you know the context of what's happening, but you might not have any visual. And it's the same principle applied in witchcraft. So if you have a very, very strong imagination and you can visually see as you would see your daydreams, then that is the way it is going to present in witchcraft. But if you don't and you have a blind mind's eye, then however you are gaining the information from books or from daydreams or thoughts is really how your visualization is going to play out. So that might be you writing down what it is you want to manifest in a working and then back to yourself. So you're gaining that information that way, whether that is drawing pictures, whether that is smelling fragrances. So for instance, like if you're doing a working, get a beautiful garden, you might want to be smelling fragrances or listening to birdsong, the kind of things that can trigger that as an alternative to visuals. But I do think that there's a lot of people are maybe a little bit confused as to how extreme visualization has to be. But then also, I mean, people here are mentioning, and actually I agree, Matt Oren's Psychic Witch, and actually his other books as well, talk about the different ways that you can visualize that are not visual, like that are amplifying other senses and other connections, that I think is really useful for anybody who is really struggling with the blindness in the mind's eye, where visualization just isn't possible at all in a visual sense. Oh, I can tell by the end of this I'm not going to have a voice. How am I? Wanted to do a cord cutting for my friend last night during the dark moon, but of course I forgot. I want to know if I can do it tonight with the new moon. Do you think the phases will affect the work? Ultimately, it depends on whether you are connecting the working to the moon at all, because you don't have to. You can do workings that totally don't include lunar cycles at all. If you aren't drawing on that energy, and especially if you're using circles and whatnot that are going to block unused energy, then it really doesn't matter what moon phase you're working in. Obviously, if you are wanting to connect with a moon phase, then both the dark moon and new moon are incredibly useful, especially for things like cord cuttings, where you want to break those cycles and separate energies and the like. So I'd say that the new moon is probably just as effective in this in the long run. Like, it's got that same energy that if you're going to add it in, it's still going to be useful to amplify the working. Right. Wanted to check that I have no idea. No idea what it's doing with the chat at the minute. It is just bouncing everywhere. So they're just scattered around. Ah, that was the question from earlier. Can you please give us some tips on witchcraft books published before 1950? Doesn't matter if they're out of print. You mentioned the Red Dragon and another. Thank you for the stream. That's the one that I was talking about at the very, very, very start of the video, where I couldn't find the question. Ah, oops. I'm gonna blame the Mercury retrograde because there was so many issues tonight with the stream. I also forgot about the stream until like yesterday, and then I totally forgot to post about it. So that one's on me. I have just been so absorbed in writing recently that I keep forgetting that time keeps moving on, and I keep forgetting about it. Right. Here we go. Oh, this is one I haven't done. So, 2 questions. First, have you ever used sea runes? Second, any good suggestions on oh, I forgot how to say where, and I just ended up with woof. Oh dear. Where to find good information on Polish, French, and German witchcraft traditions? So for the second half, I personally don't have any references myself. So if anybody has any recommendations, Polish, French, or German witchcraft traditions, scrap that. I lied. Hang on. Let me just double check real quick before I say that I don't have any suggestions. It hasn't released yet though. So just bear that in mind. When is it coming out? Let me just double check. Here somewhere. Hang on. Found it. And here we go. So it's currently on a pre-order through Crosscrow Books. Polish folk magic, ancestral lore, and traditions of the West Slavs. So please note this title is currently on a pre-order. Release date set for December the 9th, 2025. Polish folk magic is an introductory guide into the folk beliefs, seasonal practices, living ancestral traditions, and authentic folk magic of the West Slavic people. With the Polish and Slavic diasporas in mind, Joanna, oh my goodness, I'm terrible at this. Joanna Tarnowska fills in the gaps where sources have been previously scarce or inaccessible to those not embedded in the region. The author guides the reader through everything from the Slavic folklore calendar to charms, protection magic, and healing. Polish folk magic includes a grimoire specific to Polish folk magic, the perfect companion for native and diasporic practitioners alike, through an exploration led by a native Polish practitioner and made accessible by providing both Polish and English versions of each charm and spoken formula. The reader is invited to personalize their craft through this rich world of folk magic. So that's out on the 9th of December. That's the only one I've got in regard to Polish folk magic. Let me know, anybody in the chat, if you have something for that, or really any other book on the topic, because I think that would be really interesting if any. In terms of runes, I don't actually know what is the difference between sea runes and normal runes. Have a look, see. More sea runes. Oh, this is deck of cards. Let's have a look. So this is poems from the Old Norse Edda recommend the carving of runes on its parts as on weapons, tools, and personal artifacts in order to ensure effective sailing, fortunate trading, and raid safe return. Mount placement establishes a cosmic top-to-bottom dimension, yet archaeological evidence is scant. So that's specifically about using runes on ships. I'm wondering if sea runes is any different from Elder Firthark or the runes of that variety. Sea runes, yeah. So if you have any more information on sea runes that would help pinpoint me in the right direction, that would be absolutely fantastic. Oh, thank you. No, I suspect you're familiar with probably a bookworm. When are you going to do a bookshelf of shame video? Oh, bookshelf of shame. Okay, so I will probably only do this on Patreon. I'm going to be really, really honest there, because I am scared of doing a bookshelf of shame video. I have read so many books, and there are some that I despise so much they have made their way onto the bookshelf. That is where all of the books go that have made me so viscerally angry. They have had to exist in a totally separate place from the rest of my. And some of them are old books where the language is just honestly kind of horrific when you read it back in 2025. And some of them are modern books that are just so bad that they made me want to scream and throw them across the room. So the bookshelf of shame video may have to come in the future. It will be on Patreon. I'm gonna be really honest. I don't think I have the balls to do a bookshelf of shame video on the main channel. I think I might get so scared that it never gets. So I will probably have to do that. I'll probably also split it into parts that I'm just talking about, like 2 books in one video, and then I'll do another one like afterwards. Because, oh yes, Wikipedia does in fact come. I have to admit though, it's not the worst. Yeah, it's a weird one. Like I will just kind of say on here, pre-warning for anybody who is looking to find Wikipedia. It's an unusual book. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for anybody who is looking into or witchcraft, to be honest. It's very specific to author's style, that it's odd. That's all I'm going to say on here, but yeah. It's really, really weird. Okay, let's have a look. See. Somewhere on. Not a witchcraft question, but I really like your nails. Are they your real nails? Press on kind. Okay, so every time you used to see my nails before Cleo got here in August, they were my nails. And actually, even after August, they were my nails. But I ended up not having the time to do my own gels before she would be trying to eat or trying to throw herself off the arm of her. So I ended up starting to do press-on nails. So I paint them, but they're press-ons, because that means that I can do them whenever she's asleep, basically. So it's the only reason I use TikTok. My TikTok got hacked at the start of the year, and now I have to have TikTok to make sure it's hacked again. So I only use TikTok to look at nail inspiration, and this was like a viral TikTok, and I copied it, and it's so pretty. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to beat ever. I think they might legitimately be the best nails I've ever done, and I'm never going to top it. So that's how I spend my Sunday evenings when Cleo is with my parents. I do my nails. It's like therapy. It calms me down. It gets me to focus. Yeah. I have many books that come to mind for the bookshelf of shame. Oh, yeah. It is. That's the thing. Wikipedia is massively popular. Um, it's one of the best-selling witchcraft books of the 2010s, I think. I mean, they have multiple versions of it. They have hardback. I have the hardback and the paperback. I don't like either of them. I've got to admit though, as far as as far as books of shame go, I've got to admit it's not the worst. But you definitely have to know what you're getting into, because like, where even is it? It's not here at all, is it? No, I think both editions are on the bookshelf of shame. Let me just double check. Yeah, okay, both editions are on the bookshelf of shame. It goes into like angelic magic and like a whole bunch of stuff that, and I don't mean like Enochian. I mean like angels as part of the belief system of a book about Wicca, which is fine. You know, you can do whatever you want. But like, if we're talking about like a formalized tradition of Wicca, it's not describing itself as being angelic Wicca. It's describing itself as being modern witchcraft, and yet it heavily goes. It just exit stage left. That's right. That's left. It's bizarre. Like, you need 100% to read the start of the book. Like, a lot of the time you would say skip to like chapter 1. But it's like you have to read the bit about the authors and their tradition, otherwise the entire book makes no sense, because it's really weird. Like, it's not Wicca and it's not really witchcraft. It's sort of this thing. And that thing is fine if you know it is that thing. You know, it's just it's a little misleading in the description of, is my main problem with it. But yeah, the problem is though, in order to do a bookshelf of shame, I'm going to have to read the book. Am I actually willing to read The Witch again? I that's gonna take some willpower, and I'm not sure I have the willpower. So, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. We will see. How does one know when they have successfully scryed? What would one expect? So, when it comes to scrying, things are likely going to come through in any number of different ways. Hearth's about to torture herself. You know what though? I will do it for you guys. I will do it. If you want a bookshelf of shame video, I will. I will put myself through that suffering if it means I have to. To be fair, sorry, before I continue on to that question, to be fair, I do feel as though I need to give the books a chance. Right? I need to give them a second chance. The first time around, I might have just been in a really bad mood. I mean, I'm thinking about some of the books on the bookshelf of shame, and I'll be honest, I don't think that even the best mood on earth could save it. But I will put myself through it if it means making that video. Though I will have to do it gradually. I might have to do genuinely like 2 books at a time because I'm not sure I have the willpower to read all of the books on the bookshelf of shame over again. Because that's gonna be a lot. Anyway, back to the question that I was on, which was scrying. How do I know I'm scrying? What kind of things are you going to experience? So typically with scrying, you're going to enter into what I would describe as a light trance. Now, I suppose that this is going to require me to explain the difference between a heavy trance and a light trance. So a heavy trance is, I like how you're trying to convince yourself, oh yeah, I am totally trying to convince myself and psych myself up. We can read them in the book club. No way. Sorry, I know I keep going on a tangent. Would you guys want to do that? Would you actually want to put yourself through that? Like, genuinely. Like, doing, like, every year we throw in, like, 1 book. Yes, bookshelf of shame book club. Because sometimes I feel like it's just me being bad on these books, but like if we're all in it together, then you can like temper me a little bit with it. Bookshelf. Oh goodness, what book would we pick first? Okay, what I'll have to do is I'll have to like I like how excited people are to torture themselves with the bookshelf of shame. Actually, I think this is a really good idea. This is a great idea. So what I'm gonna have to do is I will compile a list of some of the books on the bookshelf of shame. Not all, just some. And then I'm gonna look through as to which ones are still available. And then we're gonna have to see if we can find them. Now, obviously, there is some question here about the level of shame we need to dive into here. Because some of the books on the bookshelf of shame are bad because I don't like the author's stance on things, and I don't know whether I want to be lining their pocket. So maybe we'll just have to do a shallow dive into the shelf of shame. I'll compile a list, and I will also include books that aren't on the bookshelf. How about I do that? Maybe I'll just randomize it. There'll be books on there that are in the bookshelf of shame, and books that aren't on the bookshelf of shame, and you're not going to have any idea unless you have a vague idea of what books I've read. And then we just get to pick a book collectively, and then we get to read it and see if you think it's on the bookshelf of shame or not. Because then you aren't going in thinking it's going to be bad. You know, you're going to go in with like a nice open mind, and then it will slowly rip your soul out. And by the end of it, you'll be begging me to close the book club. Okay, anyway. Oh yeah, and also, if the book club is on Patreon, it would be for like everybody of lowest tiers. It, yeah, just to make it more accessible to everybody. Oh yeah, actual question that I was on. Scrying. I got distracted. Scrying. So we need to be talking about, I should probably start the question again. So the question was, how can you tell if you're scrying or not? What are you expecting to see? So here we're talking about the difference between a light trance and a heavy trance, because that's the state you need. This is a light trance. So a heavy trance is you are not really acknowledging the world around you. You are so far in that time disappears, but you are not necessarily conscious of the world around you. You are instead elsewhere, other. You may be in the astral, you may be journeying, you may be doing inner work, you may be in your inner temple, you are not necessarily present in the outside world. A light trance, you're still able to function, you can walk, you can surroundings, but you're in a light altered state of consciousness. And this is where we want to be when we're doing scrying, because it means that we are able to connect with the spiritual world easier, but we're still present in the physical world. And so when you're in this light trance state, you're likely to see colors, images, hear sounds, see symbols, things like that. You also, though, might experience the things the way that you experience spirits. And I often find that there is a real crossover here. So if you only smell spirits, you're likely going to smell things in scrying, because the scrying is actually just allowing you to enter into that light trance. So if you primarily see spirits, you are likely to in scrying. If you are primarily gaining knowledge from an unknown source, like it just comes to you clear knowing, then that's likely how scrying is going to present too. It's very flexible. Some people see images, colors, symbols, words, faces. Some people smell things, hear things, know things. The scrying aspect is entering into the trance. It gives us something to focus whilst not focusing, so that we can then drop into that state. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Shameless bookshelf of shame. We could read only used books of shame so as to not add to the author's revenue. Yes, that is honestly a good potential option to actually do that. Oh, I'm gonna have to compile a list. I'm gonna have to compile a list. Checking it twice. I feel like Santa Claus, but with a bookshelf of shame. And yeah, we'll have to sort of figure out what kind of books we want. Whether we want like some bookshelf of shame books will be in there, but then I can do some books on traditional witchcraft. Do you want to be looking into that? Books on modern witchcraft, history books, whatever you fancy, really. As long as it's something that is fairly accessible to people and not like crazy expensive. Because while it would be amazing to do a book club on the Green Mysteries, that's not gonna be like super accessible to people. So I just want to make sure that like as many people as possible that want to be included can be included. Yeah, the book club will be for everybody. And then we can talk about it. Now, I don't know how we're going to talk about it, whether we just, I'm going to have to do some logistics on this, whether we just do it in like a giant, I'm going to have to see what features Patreon has actually, because Patreon's just in like a massive update. So I need to like see what features Patreon has, go through everything, and figure out the best way of working this, because this is going to be so good, especially if we're doing it every 3 months. That makes it a lot more manageable. So maybe, when would we even start this? Would we start this here to then do, I don't know, we'll have to figure out. We'll figure out. Because yeah, it will help me actually burn through my books as well, because I like getting to chat shit about books, and I can't do that normally. I come up to people in my life and I'm like, this book is really, really annoying, and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay, never mind. Never mind, it's fine. Right. Have you ever done Black Mirror scrying? Do you have any tips? Oh, so this really directly ties in. And I actually have an entire video on mirror scrying on my channel, which fully goes into that particular topic if you want to check that out. How would you interact with the fairies? So in regard to this, it's going to depend on the type of fair folk you are engaging with and how comfortable you feel working with spirits. So typically first port of call is to do some research, figure out what you're getting into. People's perception of what the fair folk is about. Wait, that sentence even make any sense? It's getting late, I'm gonna be honest. Sentences are starting to not make sense to me. People's perception of what the fairies are like, not necessarily what the fair folk is actually like. So I always think having a good reality check is a really great start. lets you know whether it's something you actually want to be getting involved in. Then it's about taking a look at your natural environment. What kind of places do you have around you? Do you have farmland? Do you have meadows? Do you have forest? Do you have cliffs and oceans? What is it that you're dealing with here? Do you have mines and caves? Because this is then going to alter the types of fair folk that are going to be present in that area. Perhaps it's a case of looking into local history, local folklore, see what kind of spirits you have around that you could perhaps research a little bit more. Then it's about going out into those places. What can you sense? What can you feel? What can you see? What can you experience? Spending time there is going to give you a good indication of the kind of spirits that are around. Then you can start leaving offerings. Have an idea of the kind of spirits that are in that place that are going to accommodate those spirits. So different spirits will often use different offerings. Same applies to the fair folk. There are some kind of general offerings like milk, cakes, like that, butter, but that's not going to apply to all it ultimately are. And then you can start asking, once you've gotten into a pattern of giving offerings, seeing more, experiencing more, of asking them to commune with you and aid, going on from there. Ever read Piercing the Veil? I can decide which shelf it belongs. Oh, wait. I have that. E. Oh, I messed up all. Wait, is it Piercing the Veil? But wait, hang on, stay right there. Sorry, I know your technique. Hang on, I think I have that book. Right, hang on. Let me check. Oh, it's my special bookcase. I'm back. I am back. Sorry, I have a puppy gate that makes everything very loud. Do you mean this one? Wait, I know that I have this one. We talked about this one before. It's late. It's really. Oh wait, because we talked about this one before because it's an odd one and oh my goodness. Oh, I just had to work out for absolutely no reason. Um, yeah, so Piercing the Veil is one I still haven't finished. I fully, maybe this, once I've finished A Deed Without a Name again, maybe I will read this one. I'm not going to include this one in the book club simply because it is a little bit harder to find. But let me just see if I can get to the section which really. Here we go. So now that I've sprinted all the way into my living room to be able to do it. So Piercing the Veil by Oscar Tusk is one that was published by Troy Books, and I still haven't decided if this is going to go on the bookshelf of shame or not either, because this is the introduction. And let me know if you recognise which bit of this might seem a little bit weird. This book addresses the use of the archetypal imagery of the major arcana of the tarot as a vehicle for ascending to the lunar astral plane. Tarot is not a tool originally developed by the Coven of the Black Sun. That's the Coven discussed in this. And it was not adopted by the Coven as a practice until the first few centuries AD. First few centuries AD. Our oral tradition considers the tarot major arcana was originally presented in the form of a text as a powerful grimoire. This grimoire had been encrypted and secured in a secret and safe location. The encryption key was moved as far away from the grimoire as possible, making the secret knowledge secure. The encryption key became a risk of falling into the wrong hands during the Inquisition. To ensure that the knowledge of the grimoire was not lost or misused, both grimoire and the encryption key were brought together and a series of 22 archetypal images were produced, which together encompass the entire content of the grimoire. In order to disguise the true nature of the images, they were hidden in plain sight by developing them into playing cards. Today, the tarot cards are principally used in nation. However, for those in the know, they are the most valuable as keys for ascent to the lunar astral world. Now, I'll be honest, I kind of got lost within the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines when they make claim that the coven has been practicing in a continued line of witchcraft the first few centuries AD. You kind of lost me there, to be honest. I'm feeling like Margaret Murray might have had a field day with this one. I'm still determined to give it a go though, and I'm gonna be honest, I really don't want a book from Troy Books to be on the bookshelf of shame. I really, really don't. And I'm really hoping that that's not what this is. But we will see. We will see. And I did just go sprinting into the other room for a book that I already knew I had. So I feel a bit daft now. You know what? Exercise. Worth it. Oh, they were also part of the Roanoke colony. Oh. Oh man. Oh man. That okay. What? What? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be really I'm gonna try and be really careful with what I say. Mary Sue. That's probably the best way that I can describe the vibe of this is Mary Sue. And I suppose I should probably explain what a Mary Sue is. So if you don't already know, a Mary Sue is a character typically in a book or a piece of media that is so overpowered they are without flaw. So there's nothing about them that is negative. Like they don't have bad days and they don't have bad hair days and they don't do anything wrong and they're so overpowered. So Mary Sues are these characters that just seem clinically, how do I describe it? They seem like sanitized because they're so 100% perfect. And I don't want this to be a Mary Sue. I really don't. But I don't know how you have a tradition that has existed from the first few centuries AD through the Inquisition, part of the Roanoke colony of all things, and somehow has the keys to the tarot that nobody has ever heard of ever before. I want to know more, and so I will finish reading it and I will give an honest review at the end of it, and I will be open-minded. I will come at it from an open-minded perspective. It's just that I struggle to comprehend the idea of an unchanged, continually practiced coven. Like not even like a style of practice, but like a specific coven. I find that difficult, but theoretically not impossible. I mean, Margaret Murray did have the strong belief that there was an unchanged, unbroken line of practice going back thousands of years. Not the only person to have thought that. And there is some potential, I suppose, that may have happened, though it would have to be bloody lucky to make it through to the 21st century without disappearing somewhere along the way. Really, I'd be curious to learn more, actually more about this coven, to be honest. And I'm wondering if Oscar Tusk is writing anything else for Troy Books that focuses on the coven itself, because I would love to know more about that. And then this is sort of a subsidiary of it, you know. So we'll see. I will come at it from an open mind because I think the book deserves to have my full attention neutrally, or as neutral as I can, into this. So honestly, this one will probably be my next read, because I'm curious, and it's also small and it's fairly manageable. So I'll add that to the list of the ones. Yeah, see, it might just be good. It might just be really good personal gnosis, and I suspect that may well be what it is. Actually, yeah, it may well be what it is. And I wouldn't even be mad about that, to be honest. It's more just I want to know more, and I don't think I have the context that I need to know more. So here we go. So this is on the Troy Books website. Oscar Tusk is an elder and high council member of the Coven of the Black Sun. Coven is founded. Coven was founded on the ancient concept that creation is in a constant state of turmoil and shifting balance. We consider this state to be the natural result of the ages-old constant struggle between the black sun and the bright sun. Witchcraft figures prominently in the necessary task of maintaining equilibrium, sometimes adopting the practices of the black sun and other times those of the bright sun. Our practices therefore include both left-hand and right-hand pathways of magic. We approach divination and conjuration in a manner totally unlike most existing styles of traditional craft. Coven has a large membership, primarily in the North American Southeast, and especially in the region known as Appalachia. We maintain compounds and lodges in 5 US states. Oh, wait. So, that was one I wanted to get. I wanted to get necromancy, divination of the spirits of the dead. I wanted to get the art of conjuration, but that was out of stock, and I wanted to get Through the Glass Darkly. So he's written quite a few books that look really interesting. Have a look-see. This is on their actual website, Coven of the Black Sun. Okay. The Coven's earliest records of a presence in North America are tied to a settlement of 115 colonists who in about 1585 established a colony on Roanoke Island in what is now known as modern North Carolina. 2 years later, a subsequent voyage to a settlement found the colony had vanished. There is evidence that the settlers engaged in an argument and split into 2 groups. It is speculated that the argument arose when part of the group succumbed to illness. When other members of the group rendered aid to the ill using herbal remedies, accusations of witchcraft arose. As it turns out, the accused was correct, and the settlers split into 2 groups. It is ironic that the colonists left England over religious persecution and ended up dead for the very same reason. One thing I will say, didn't we just find out what happened to the Roanoke colony? I'm sure I've watched an episode of Decoding the Unknown or something about that. Maybe I'm going daft, I don't know. As the group, or more accurately, a group containing witches, moved deeper inland, they appear to have eventually settled near what is now Williamsburg, Virginia. The region sustained significant population growth, and by 1699, Williamsburg had emerged as the capital of the Virginia colony. It was during this early developmental period that the Coven left the pressure of populating encroachment, and in 1700, a splinter group was sent to Ephrata, Pennsylvania, to build a community. Constant communication evolved between those and the European covens, leading to significant immigration, Okay, so we're looking at something that at least seems to have its roots going back to the colonies. I'm curious. I genuinely want to know. Like, I need more information. I need more context. Just more. I think that would be really good. Just more. Because there is so much going on there. And I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. So I would love him to come out with a book about that in particular, but obviously depending on the degree of othiness going on there might be limitations that. That's what I thought. I thought it had been proven that they had actually completely what is the word that I'm after? I'd heard that the people that went missing on Croatoan story was that they had actually completely merged with the native communities. And there were people who were talking about grandparents and parents who knew people who had grey eyes. I thought that was what had happened, and that they essentially assimilated, that's the word I was after, they'd completely assimilated with the native populations in a way that most other settlers never did. And that's where the Croatoan colony went. They didn't die or disappear, they simply were assimilated into other groups. I don't know. I think this is fascinating. This is fascinating, not necessarily because I 100% believe it, but because I'm so curious to learn more. And I really, really want to know more. So the book that I was reading was this one. It is Piercing the Veil by Oscar Tusk. I have not fully read it. I got maybe a third of the way through, and then and then sort of just stopped. Probably because I got to the point where I no longer knew what to say about it. I was just so confused. So I feel like I really need to give this a good college try, and I will get back to you. And then we'll see if it's going to end up on the bookshelf of shame or not. I'm hoping not. One thing I have noticed with Troy books is I love them. Some of the books are more hit and some of the books are more miss. It just depends on the aspect of the craft that you're particularly drawn to. For me, the traditional witchcraft books, massive hit every single time. The books that are more about personal gnosis, sometimes they're really good and sometimes they're just like, not for me. And so this one might be that, I'm not sure yet. Right, let's have a look, see at where I am. Oh, goodness. Any book recommendations for working with Lilith? Personal experience, any good advice? I personally don't work with Lilith, but I will open it up to all of the chat. If you have any good books that you can recommend for Lilith, that would be absolutely fantastic. Hey Hearth, in traditional English witchcraft, which spirit would be considered the gatekeeper of the cemetery or graveyard? I don't know of any singular spirit. And in some areas, you won't find people talking about any kind of guardian at all. In others, they are individual spirits that are perhaps significant in that graveyard, perhaps they're buried in that graveyard. In others, they are unnamed. It really is so unique graveyard to graveyard that it really just depends on where you are and also the folk traditions in that particular well. Do you have any rituals, magical or otherwise, when you write? Not massively. I tend to work best though when I have, it sounds so stupid, but when I have those like magical ambience videos. I don't know what it is, there is something, especially when I'm writing a book about witchcraft, I tend to find that I have different, because I'm not just writing the witchcraft book, I have like a novel that I'm writing at the same time. I have no idea which one's going to be done first, to be honest. I will change what I'm listening to depending on what it is that I'm writing. So if I'm writing the novel, I tend to just pick general ambience. But if I'm writing the witchcraft book, I tend to focus on like the witchy ambience, the Celtic-y music, the pagan-y music. For whatever reason, it just gets me in the right headspace for what it is that I'm writing. And that tends to be the only ritual that I have. If I'm writing, the music goes on. And people are like, can we put something else on? I'm like, but I'm in the zone. Leave me to it. So that tends to be the only real ritual that I have, other than the constant need for snacks and a water jug because I will forget to move for hours on end, and I will no doubt end up surrounded by dozens of books to the point where nobody can sit on the sofa anymore. So that tends to happen quite a lot. Right. Do you have a spell that can control the mind or decision of a person you're talking at that very moment? Um, Not necessarily at okay, so it really depends on context. So there are styles of practice that do involve the influencing of individuals. Now, whether or not you choose to carry out these workings is entirely personal choice. But I cannot deny that the workings exist because they do. And to say that they don't would be lying to you. So there are many spells that go to influence thoughts and intention of a person. It's this style of head magic where you are aiming to target somebody's thoughts. Many ways that you can go about doing it. You can use skull candles for it. Really commonly it's used. You can use tag locks of somebody in an attempt to influence the direction they take in their life. But how well it would influence somebody's decision making at that given moment, like exactly at that moment when you're talking to them, depends on the working that you've got carried out, how strongly it's linked to them, how much energy is associated with it, how much force is going behind it. But ultimately, when it comes to all of these workings, it is a push and not necessarily a shove, right? So I personally don't really like doing workings that are designed to influence thought necessarily. I might influence situations if necessary, but usually I tend to let people go wherever they choose to go. Some people will choose to directly influence people, but no matter what aspect of life we are working towards, I always like to refer to it as a red web. So there's these red threads that connect everything together in life. And when we're doing spells and rituals, we are undoing knots, we are pulling threads together, we are cutting threads if we're doing things like a cord cutting. And we can only influence where there is influence to be had. So, for instance, it's like trying to get a celebrity to fall in love with you. If you have absolutely no energetic ties to that celebrity and no way that you can pull the threads to tie yourself to something that connects to that celebrity, then there's really no point in pouring all of your energy because there's physically no way of reaching the threads that you need to reach to achieve that goal. But if you are trying to influence somebody to do already likely to do, then that's a lot easier than trying to influence them to do something that they were not likely to do in the first place. And you can apply that same thing to other aspects of which, well, if you want 10 million pounds but you're unemployed and you don't want to work, then that's going to be kind of hard to achieve unless you have another way of achieving 10 million pounds. And if you don't, then that's really likely to happen. Whereas if you were aiming for £100 and you were willing to get a job, then that's a lot easier to pull yourself towards. You can connect those threads in a way that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. I just finished making my broom and I was wondering how to consecrate it. It's a full-size broom and doesn't fit on my altar. So it depends on sort of the tradition that you're looking towards. I mean, often you might want to use consecrated water. Some people will use salted water. Some people will oil. Some people will simply verbally proclaim that this will purposes. It really depends on the direction of your practice. I mean, if you've made it specifically for magical use, then it has the energy already imbued in it for that purpose. So beyond that, it just depends on the specific tradition. I know that it used to be a lot of consecrated and sacred water when I was practicing more of a ceremonial style. But I know of other people, and I have some in my own collection, that is broom oil for this purpose, where you typically use it to anoint the broom, and it is also designed to protect the wood as well. So there's plenty of options, but those are probably the most common. Right. You have to be in a certain trance to visually see people. No, it's more about the way that you world. So if you are particularly sensitive, I used to be able to do it. I can't do it anymore. I probably could if I really tried, but I used to be able to see people's auras all the time. And it was more that it was just the way that I was very sensitive to energies, and so that energy would basically overlay somebody else. So I could sense the energies and I could see the people, and so I ended up being able to see the energies. And then as time went on and I learned better to control the energy sensing, I stopped being able to see auras all of the time because it just didn't make sense for me to anymore. I was now more in control of energy, and so I couldn't see. So it really depends. It's about kind of developing the energy sensing technique, because then you can force yourself to see. Sounds horrible, but like it's more like a muscle. Whereas to start off with, if you can see auras like as a child, or like I could see auras all the time, it was overwhelming because I had no idea how to control that muscle at all. And so once you start learning that control, a lot of people learn that control completely by accident, just by growing up. Oh, magic's not real. Oh, it's just a dream. You start learning to put a dampener on it. And then it's about learning the control of being able to open and close so that you can then sense energy but not be overwhelmed by it. Oh, it jumped. Why is that on that anyway? That shouldn't be on questions. What's happening? This is just glitching out like crazy. Do you have a specific process or spell or ritual that you do when you create ritual oils or oils for a specific intention? So all of the oils that I make and sell are botanical oils. So they are plant materials, flowers, barks, leaves, stems that are dried, and they are all related to the intention that I want to be manifesting. So, if, for instance, I mean, I'm not going to give my perfect recipe or anything, but for instance, for love, it would be jasmine would be in there, rose would be in there, basil would probably be in there, to be honest, because that's really good for that abundance of things. And they're all steeped and infused for a period of time, and then they are drained and bottled. And that is how I do it without having to add my energy into it. I have the energy of the plants that I work with, especially the spirit allies that I work with, but not necessarily my energy, because then it separates the oil from the practice, and it means that anybody could use it. Right. Ever start a spell with one intention and end up at a totally place? Not necessarily. I don't think I've ever ended up there, mostly because I always really consider the working before I do it. When I decide to do the working, I might just go gung-ho and just kind of jump in and do it, but I've usually spent weeks sort of planning it out and thinking about it, unless it's something I need really urgently. So typically, whatever intention I go in is the out with. Digestive biscuits provide magical inspiration for writing. I am going to tell everybody that when I eat half a packet of dark chocolate digestive biscuits. Just while I'm writing. Like novels, where might I buy one of your books? At the moment, they are all in progress. I am a substantial way through one of the books though, and I'm so excited about it. It's going to be part of a series. I'll get there. But this one in particular, I really, really am excited about. So think magical, real magic in sort of a fantasy romancy setting. That's what I'm aiming for, and I'm so happy with it so far. So, and Phil, the mod, who's also my best friend, has read some of it, and he's really enjoyed it so far. So that bodes well. At least, perhaps. Right. Okay. Let's have a look, see if there's any last questions just before I go, because it's nearly 11:30, and I'll be honest, since having Cleo, I go to bed at 11 p.m. Sometimes I'm in bed by 10:30. I used to be awake at 5:30 in the morning on a good day. So what is happening? I feel very tired right now because I'm just not used to it. So I'm just going to double check if there's any last questions. If you have any that you really want to add in, do let me know. And I can always do, if you go into the comments afterwards, you can always post questions, and I might do videos on the topics if big enough videos. I find that doing videos on things is really useful, because then I can just sort of just direct people towards the video. So, and also it doesn't help that this keeps timing out on me, and then the web page disappears. I have to wait for the chat to come back again because it just keeps going. Here we go. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Thank you so much. And also, thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. I did, yes, about 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour, and I asked about whether sea runes were anything in particular, or are you referring to sea runes as in runes that were used on maritime vessels? Because that's all I could find for sea runes, and I'm curious to know more. Do you have any tips for Book of Shadows and deity work? Okay, Book of Shadows is best tips that I can give is just to write stuff down. Like perfection doesn't matter, and in 10 years' time, you are not going to you're not going to care what it looks like. You're just going to care that you wrote it down. And I think genuinely put stuff on paper, because I regret so much not writing things down. Even to this day, I still don't write things down as much as I should. And really, I should have my Book of Shadows with me everywhere, because the amount of times I think of something, think I should write it down, and then by the time I get home, I've forgotten. I'm so annoyed at myself. So with the Book of Shadows, it doesn't matter what it looks like. I promise you will see every person online with the pretty shadows known to mankind. When push comes to shove, you are not going to care what it looks like. You are only going to care that that you wrote it down. When it comes to deity work, try not to pressure yourself too much with it. Let things flow, see who comes through. You can open up the door by doing meditations, reaching out, looking into mythology, folklore, see who stands out to you, maybe reaching out to them if they don't reach out to you first, and then try not to put all of your hopes into it. I often find that deities will come through to you. It's too easy to be lazy. It is massively. It's too easy to say, "Oh well, it's not perfect, so I'll do it later." Oh, I don't have the right pen right now. I'll do it when I do. Oh, I need to put lines on this, otherwise I'm gonna write in the wrong direction. Slap it down. You're gonna regret it if you don't afterwards. I certainly did. Is there any particular best way to communicate with shadow beings or shadow blobs? So, in my experience, and obviously I don't think I mentioned it this entire stream, everything on my channel is my experience or information that I have been given from books or people that I know. Most of it's my experience. The shadow blobs that look kind of like soot sprites, if that's what we're referring to, don't really communicate. They just sort of poodle around. And I think that they are not really that aware that we are trying to communicate with them. Never had great experience communicating with them. They tend to just run away when you start paying too much attention to them, and then come back when you think they're ignoring them. With shadow beings, I tend to find that they are observing. So just talk, they will be listening. You don't necessarily see them at that given moment. They will use attention. They usually don't communicate back though. They might give you gifts or find things that you've lost, or they might kind of push a flyer through or like point you in the right direction of things, but they don't, in my experience anyway, really. They're not talkers. They're more fixers, helpers, watchers, doers. They're not so much talkers. So that's just my experience with them. Obviously, different people's experiences, but I find it's very difficult to communicate with some spirits. Other than Troy and Llewellyn, can you where do you recommend finding intermediate level books? Ooh. So I love Crossed Crow. They're good. They tend to go into more unusual topics. Some of them are very beginner, especially the republished Patricia Telasco books. No shade to them, it's just after intermediate books, they're not going to be for you. But they do cover quite a good range of more advanced books. I appreciate. I tend to find though that I don't necessarily go to any one place to find them. I just sort of stumble on them in random places. And so it really just depends on where you want to be looking. Three Hands Press, lots of really great books there, but very expensive, very hard to find, often very limited runs. So I tend to just stumble across them. But I do like Crosscrow. I think they have a really, diverse range of books, which I appreciate. my goodness, thank you so, so much, Shadowland Radio. And if anybody has any recommendations for German, English, Irish, and French folk magic traditions, let us know in the chat. Or if you're watching this afterwards and you have an amazing recommendation in the comments, would be absolutely fantastic so that people get later. Get to see more of Cleo. Sometimes she's so precious. I'm hoping to be able to start filming with her soon. It's just honest reality here, okay? This is a carpet floor. It helps with the sound, but she hasn't quite grasped the concept that carpet and grass aren't the same thing. And so whenever she's in here, you have to watch her like a hawk because she will pop a squat at any moment. We're trying. We're really trying with her, and she's really good, except when she's on carpet. The rest of my house is hard floor. She's not really that used to carpet. So yeah, that's the reason she's not really been in that many videos, because she was in here last week for maybe like 5 seconds. She managed to do 1 number 1 and 2 number 2s in those 5 seconds. I don't understand. I feel like she is like a time traveler. How is she capable of doing it? So that's the reason. So once we sort of get past the whole ooh, carpet feels like grass phase, I'm hoping that then we will be able to comfortably have her in here without being scared of what she's gonna do. So I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks we'll kind of get that under control, and then she can be my little buddy, and then during live streams she can have her own little camera watching her in the corner while she sleeps, which she no doubt will do. So yeah, let me just double check that I can if I missed your question, Foxfur, which put it in the chat, I'll try to get to it. Oh. You know any good hedge witch books? Have you read books from Ava Baird? Check. Let's. I don't think I have. Now, when it comes to hedge witchcraft, I have found it incredibly difficult to find any decent on the subject. If you're interested in hedge witchcraft, don't even touch Hedge Witch by Ray Beth. Nothing wrong with the book itself, it just isn't about hedge witchcraft. I have, if anything, found that the best books on the topic tend weirdly about traditional witchcraft for me, mostly because I find that in books on hedge witchcraft, the bit that's missing is the bit on flight, astral travel, hedge riding, spirit flight, and I find that those books contain it a little bit more. I tend to draw on lots of different sources for it. Okay, December live stream. Let me get up my calendar. Where's my calendar? So, we are looking at, the live streams are always the 3rd Wednesday. So, we are looking at, it's 17th of December live stream. And I'm probably going to make it maybe a little bit extra Yule-y. If you have any ideas of things you would like to see in future live streams, even if they aren't like the Q&A live streams, let me know, because I might do them on Patreon, I might do them on here. Like, I'm always looking for ideas. So if you ever have any like video ideas, topics you want me to talk about, things you want to see in live streams, just stick them in the comments, because I see all the comments, and I want to be able to bring you guys things that you really want to see, whether that's in live stream form or whether that's in like video form. So yeah, let me know. I've watched your videos several times. I've been practicing, but still struggling with raising energy. Any other tips? Try energy sources outside of yourself. So whether that's the elements, elementals, whether that is the earth, crystals, herbs, trees, whether that is different seasons, different weather conditions, different astrological phases, different phases of the moon. Try and draw on loads of different things, because you might find that there's like a couple of things that you hit on that you really connect with. Okay, let's keeps refreshing everything, which is really annoying. So let's go back to the question. And it's all rejigged it again. Typical. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to look through that because it's sort of all over the place. Okay, so with that all being said, thank you so much everybody who has persevered through the new issues. I knew that this live stream was going to be a little bit of a rocky one because I'm totally new equipment. The plan before the next live stream, fix the audio, fix the quality of the lighting because this is as bright as the lights will go, so I need to fix that. I need to fix the color correction so that everything looks brighter, and I need to stop the Q&A from constantly refreshing. Just a few things. This was always going to be a tricky one though because I've had the same streaming setup now since 2018. I've been using the same equipment, the same software, and so it really needed an update. And it turns out I did it during a Mercury retrograde. Not a good plan on my behalf, but made it through. It didn't crash. So thank you everybody for persevering with me. It's going to be a little bit of a rocky time just until I get it all sorted out. If you have any questions that I didn't manage to answer, feel free to put them in the comments after the chat is and the stream is all done, and I can try and answer as many of them as I can there as well. I don't want to miss anybody's out, but I know that the chat was jumping quite a bit, so I'm hoping that I haven't missed too many. And yeah, we will be back for another stream on the 17th of December. Let me know if there's anything. And yeah, thank you so much for sticking with me. I hope you are staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day. Let me know all of your video and stream ideas and whatnot. I am gonna go to bed because I am so tired. And I might start reading this, and let's see how it goes. Oh, also Patreon stuff. I'll figure out how to deal with that, and yeah, because that sounds really fun, and I just need to go through all the Patreon things and what it has to offer. Anyway, I'm talking too much. I hope you're staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day, and I will see you next week for another video. Okay, right. Bye. Oh, I need to the outro. Hang on. Okay, right. Outro.